Sarah, did you get bangs? Have you always had bangs?
They're crooked. Looks like we're gonna have a long meeting.
And then I've got Thompson tomorrow night, and those meetings are they're always at least like 3 hours. Always. It's the social event.
We have a quorum, so I will open this meeting of the Grand Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District Administrative Control Board. The time is 4:01. Presents are Commissioner Evan Clapper, Mary McGann, Sarah Stock, Jacques Hadler, Kevin Walker, Tricia Dean, Gabriel Wojtek. We have our Associate Commission Administrator Mallory Nassau, our Commission Administrator Chris Baird. Is Tara Collins on? And Quinn Hall, our Clerk Auditor, and is Christina on yet?
Yeah, she's here, Mary.
Christina Sloan and Christina Sloan and Tara Collins. We will begin with citizens to be heard on items dealing with Thompson Springs Special Fire Service District. Do we have anyone here that wishes to say something about the Thompson Springs Fire District?
Sorry, Mary, I was talking with Ben. Did you call on me, or you were just asking for citizens to be heard?
I called the meeting to order.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. That's fine. So, and we have Mark Markham here too. So thank you, Mark. To begin, so that it does not appear as though we have any citizens to be heard. Approval of minutes for November 16th, 2021. Do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve those minutes.
Thank you, Kevin. A motion by Kevin. Do I have a second? Seconded by Trish. Discussion? All in favor of approving the minutes, say yes and or raise your hand. Yes. Passes unanimously. Ratification of payment of bills. Do I have a motion? Going down to see.
Usually Gabe does this. Should I start looking for the
I know,
bills?
so we're all waiting for Gabe. We're waiting for
I
Gabe.
can't find the Thompson bills, sorry.
I can't find him
Mary,
either.
there are no bills. We do that at the second meeting. I should have taken that off the agenda.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank
I
you.
was sitting there going, where's Gabe? What's going on here?
Yeah, I was looking for him too. So, excuse me. Okay, so that will be next meeting. Public hearing and proposed action item. Public hearing to solicit public input on a proposed resolution amending the 2021 Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District budget. Chris Baird, do you have anything to say? Or Mark Markham?
Yeah, I'll just go over real quick. For the budget here, we've got an amendment for 2021, which is increasing the budget a bit, mostly due to Mark responding out of district and being compensated for such, some wildland fires, and then also a capital purchase. So those are the two main things that the 2021 budget is being increased for. The 2022 budget is going up quite a bit relative to 2021, and a lot of that just has to do with salary adjustments, which we went over in a prior meeting for the fire chief, and also, I believe, some capital purchases for new tires for the fire truck. I think that about covers the main points. Mark, do you have anything to add?
Sorry about that. No, Chris, that sounds really good. There's just some slight increases just to, for cost, fuel costs, things like that, but nothing really huge besides the tires and the salary.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, do we have any public comment on the proposed amended budget for 2021? This public hearing will remain open until December 15th at 5 p.m. We are now moved to the second public hearing. The time is 4:06. This public hearing is to solicit public input on a proposed resolution adopting the 2022 Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District budget. Chris Baird or Mark, do you have anything you'd like to say?
No, we already covered it pretty much in the last one.
Okay.
For 2022, just to reiterate, 2022's budget's going up mostly due to salary adjustments and tires for the fire truck.
Thank you. Thank you. This public hearing will remain open until December 15th at 5 p.m. We
Could I
have
ask a
reached the,
question, Mary?
yes.
Mark, how do you anticipate if Moab Fire expands to cover the whole Grand County? Would that change your position out there in Thompson?
That would have to be decided. Basically, I'm the only one that lives in Thompson, so I would still be responding. I'd still be the first one to respond out there. I have a pretty close relationship with the Moab Valley Fire Chief, and we've talked about how things can work out that way. And I'm not going to speak for him, but I believe it would be copacetic, and I would still be, the main guy out there. My title might change a little bit, something like that, but I would still have my same duties. As of this point, I would still have my same duties.
Thank you. I was just curious.
Yeah, and I think, part of the concept with that, their annexation is that Grand County would dissolve this district, transfer the assets over to Moab Valley Fire. So that would be the concept, at this point, if it happened. And TJ and I have plans to resume some discussions in January about that.
Good. We have reached the end of our agenda, so if there are no objections, we will adjourn the Thompson Springs Special Fire District Service meeting. No objection, adjourned. We will now begin the Grand County Commission regular meeting. The date is December 7th, 2021. The time is 4:09. Present are the same people who were present during the Thompson Springs Special Fire District meeting. To begin with, we will begin with citizens to be heard. This is a portion where citizens can speak on any subject they wish to. If you are here to talk about our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 public hearings, your time to talk about the public hearings will be during the public hearings. But if you want to speak on something other than the public hearings that are scheduled for this meeting, this is your opportunity to do so. Keep your comments to 3 minutes or under. Thank you very much. Do we have any citizens to be heard?
Mary, this is Mallory. I think Patrick McKay was the first to raise his hand, and there's a few others on.
Okay, Patrick, would you state your name? And you have 3 minutes. Thank you very much, Patrick.
Hey, good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Patrick McKay. I am the Vice President of Colorado Off-Road Trail Defenders. organization out of Colorado devoted to defending off-road motorized recreation opportunities across the Rocky Mountain region. I just want to state that I and our group strongly opposes the letters that the commission is proposing to send to the BLM regarding the Labyrinth Rims Gemini Bridges Travel Management Plan, Agenda Item R. We view these letters as a complete betrayal of the motorized community by the Grand County Commission. And we are frankly shocked that the commission would be so cavalier against motorized users, given that the motorized recreation community brings tremendous value to Grand County, and motorized recreation is one of the most popular activities around Moab and contributes greatly to Moab's recreation economy. It is astonishing to us that Grand County would support closing many of the most valuable motorized routes around Moab, including numerous Easter Jeep safari trails like Gold Bar Rim, Day Canyon Point, Rusty Nail, and Hajo Canyon. These are all nationally known destination trails that draw thousands of motorized users every year. The main reason the county's letter gives for proposing that these routes be closed is so-called user conflicts with non-motorized users. But we ask, what about motorized recreation users? Does our recreational experience mean nothing to the county? The Grand County Commission was elected to represent all county residents and public lands users, not just non-motorized interests and wilderness groups. One reason that the county gives for these closures is mountain bikers, especially. Mountain biking only recently became popular in areas like Gold Bar Rim and Gemini Bridges, mostly within the last 10 years. So why must motorized users be sacrificed to give exclusive access to these other user groups when we were using these routes long before they were? Motorized users and mountain bikers have successfully shared these routes for many years with minimal conflicts. And motorized users are notably the only user group that have always been willing to share routes with other users. And we don't demand exclusive access like many other groups do. It is completely unfair to take the most valuable motorized routes in the region and give them to mountain bikers for exclusive use. This will only increase user conflicts, as the county is now pitting user groups against each other in direct conflict for access instead of encouraging them to share. This past October, I did a trip to the area and spent a week driving many of the lesser known motorized routes proposed for closure, including routes like 7 Up that are shared with mountain bikes. I only saw a handful of mountain bikes on these routes and did not have any conflicts with anyone. The motorized routes along the Green River and along the Labyrinth Rim are lightly trafficked most of the time, and non-motorized users would rarely ever even see a motorized vehicle. There is no user conflicts occurring there. Despite the lack of actual user conflicts, the county is asking the BLM to adopt an approach it specifically rejected in the 2008 Resource Management Plan, creating a series of buffer zones based on an arbitrary percentage of distances from motorized routes. A travel plan does not establish land use zones. That is the role of the Resource Management Plan, which specifically declined to adopt this approach. If Grand County wishes to create more recreational opportunities for non-motorized users, that should be done in a separate process, not the motorized travel plan. There's plenty of room to build new non-motorized trails, and non-motorized users already have plenty of recreational opportunities, both in this travel management area and surrounding national parks. This letter as drafted is incredibly biased against motorized recreation, and the closures it asks for would completely devastate motorized recreation around Moab. So we ask that the commission to fairly consider the interests of all types of recreationists, including motorized users, and to reject the resolution approving this letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Sam Van Wetter.
Before the next speaker starts, are we doing the usual 3-minute time limit?
Yes, he went over about, from my timer, Patrick went over about 20 seconds. I was getting ready to mention it to him.
Okay.
So, and I'd read his letter, so I knew it was coming to a close. But yes, keep your comments at, try to keep them at 3 minutes. Okay, Sam?
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Sam Van Wetter. I'm an organizer with the Rural Utah Project here in Grand County. This is also in regards to agenda item R. On November 5th of this year, I submitted a letter to the Moab BLM field office, as well as the Grand County Commission and the Moab City Council, That letter was signed and delivered on behalf of a consortium of Moab businesses that operate river trips and hold permits on the Green River, including in Labyrinth Canyon. That letter, similar to the one which the commission will vote to approve tonight, asks the BLM to redraw their travel management plan maps and specifically advocates for the closure of several motorized routes in the river corridor. Consistently, these guiding companies had experiences in which the pristine quiet of some of the finest and most family-friendly flat water in the West was disrupted by off-highway vehicles and their noise and their exhaust. Consistently, I heard that they would be more satisfied and better equipped to run these trips if there were fewer motorized routes in the river corridor. I'm glad to see that the commission is taking this step to ask the BLM to re-examine these proposed travel management plans, which, in my opinion, none of which are audacious enough to protect our backcountry. And I support your efforts to preserve this place. And I would also urge the commission, as always, to listen primarily and listen to the residents of Grand County, as we are primary stakeholders and we're the ones who live here. And I hear Patrick say that sometimes you can go out and you cannot meet another person out there, but unfortunately that's not always the case. And the BLM has an obligation to better improve their use area maps. Thanks very much for the time.
Thank you, Sam. Kent Green.
Hello there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Kent.
Okay. I've just wanted to comment on the proposed letter that you folks have written for closures on our public lands. We have to remember that it is public lands. It's not just ours, it's everybody in the United States. And therefore you're affecting millions and millions of lives. I am a OHV recreational enthusiast, four-wheel drive, hiking, occasional biking, and a lot of river time. I have spent a lot of time on the river and I've yet had any problems with any motorized vehicles on the river. I got about, I don't know, 40 years of river running in this area. Besides that, motors are still allowed on the rivers, by the way. Are we going to limit airplanes that are flying over? They're creating noise. But anyhow, I just wanted to say that I oppose what you're doing. You're locking us out. And I strongly believe that you're catering to just certain few. And that's got to stop, because you always say you represent Grand County. You're not representing everybody. You're only representing the people that you choose to represent. And I'm tired of it. You need to represent everybody in Grand County. And remember, these are public lands. They belong to everybody, not just you, not just me. It's everybody's land. So I do oppose what you're doing. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kent. Thank you. I saw another hand, Trent Richards.
Yes, thank you, commissioners, for letting me kind of voice my opinion here. I'm actually, I don't even know the name of the resolution. I think that it was mentioned, it was K, resolution K, about the closure, or at least I think there's a letter to be crafted for the BLM. Me and 4 friends bought a home in Spanish Valley. We're just outside of Grand County, but we all live in northern Utah, but we share a home just off the old airport road, kind of by Ken Lake area. And so, although I'm in San Juan County, but I do have, I'm an enthusiast for riding enduro dirt bikes. And I was doing a little bit of research on the impact of a dirt bike versus a Jeep, and in terms of carbon footprint and carrying 1 passenger versus 4 passenger, the dirt bike's actually far less than even Jeeping, which has been widely used. And there's areas, and I'm not advocating the closure of anything. I believe in the multi-use aspect of the land. And in fact, I've always been annoyed that the federal government owns so much of Utah. Kent, you're going to need to.
Can somebody hear that?
Yeah, Kent needs to be muted.
Okay,
So
Ken.
I'm a big fan of the multi-use, and I've always been annoyed that much of the federal government owns much of the state of Utah. I've always thought that local leadership was better and superior to that of federal, but now this leaves me questioning with Grand County's trying to their insistence on maybe closing that area. I'm now kind of a fan of like leaving it in the federal hands, right? Which has never been a position that I've ever maintained. But right now, the trails that we do the Enduro Loop Trail that starts kind of on Blue Hills Road that goes out to the sand dunes and back around. And I've done that 4 times this year. Never saw another mountain biker or hiker. It's well marked, and it looks like it's marked by BLM. We've done a lot of trails out in that area that's proposed for closure, and I strongly request that that you leave those open, or at least encourage them to be left open. You'll find too, I think that the UTV community actually does more of the shoulder seasons. I was there just last weekend, and I went to the Blue Pig Diner, completely empty except for a few of us that ride UTVs, and I think the shoulder seasons are actually, we can bring more revenue in the off season, because I think that that group will tend to kind of creep out into, when Moab's traditionally not as busy. And matter of fact, I usually take groceries when I'm there during the busy time, but happy to patronize the businesses that are in Moab. We were at the Moab Diner and the Blue Pig Diner just this past weekend, and it was relatively empty. So
can you draw your comments to a close, please?
Okay.
You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, so just I would urge you that this community is respectful, and we try to be very respectful, and we're always encouraging mutual respect. But I highly encourage you to keep those lands open for us. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Trent. I don't see any other hands raised. Are there any other? I'm not seeing any. I've scrolled through.
Mary,
3 more hands.
Oh, I do. I see them now. I went to look on the other page. I see them now. Allison.
Hi, my name is Allison, and I just wanted to join you all to say that I support the commission in requesting that we evaluate the significant road closures in the Labyrinth and Green River area to find a little bit more balance between human impacts with motors and wildlife and peace.
Thank you, Allison. Linda Harmons.
Hi there. My name is Linda Hammonds, and I am a part-time half-year resident of Moab. Me and the family, we engage in all the activities. So we do off-roading, we do motorcycling, we do mountain biking, we do backpacking, we do rafting, and we participate basically in everything that Grand County has to offer. And we are strong advocates for managing the land, but managing it fairly, because it is everyone's land. And with the family alone, there's about 100 of us. And so we come out there, we spend our dollars in Moab. Sometimes we're out there for Jeep Safari. Sometimes we're out there for the mountain bike festivals. Sometimes we're out there for the races that you guys have and the running. And I just want it to be known that, as part-time residents and a large group that comes out and spends many dollars out there, I think the part that worries me is the financial impact. If we start closing all of these trails, there's going to be an issue with that as far as Moab's being able to support itself. It's fine to say we just want to be a small mountain bike community, but there's a lot of people who work there who would argue that point. And so I would like the Gemini Bridges land management plan that's coming along to really stop and think about how everyone can benefit from this. And while there are bad groups of people in every category, I've run across bad hikers, I've run across bad motorcyclers, I've run across bad people on UTVs, I've run across bad people on Jeeps. That's just a very small group of people. And I think the land just needs to be managed better versus cutting off access to everyone. And that's what I'd like to say is let's be wary of what we're doing.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you. Dan Kent. Dan?
Sorry, I
There
just
you
got to
are.
figure out how to do this. I'm trying to make myself visible, but I'm not sure how to do that, so I'm sorry. So I guess I'm not going to be able to do that. Anyway, I'm completely leaving aside the letter that I wrote to you guys because I am so flustered and just amazed to hear the level of selfishness coming out of the supporters of roads everywhere for anyone. Just because they're public lands, it doesn't mean you could do any destructive activity you want. I am so thankful that you guys have gotten around to this and we have a chance to right the wrong that was done when I was on a commission to evaluate the roads, and we were completely stonewalled on considering closing any fragment of any road in this county by a bunch of old guys who wanted to Jeep everywhere. And they'd already been Jeeping everywhere. You know, I've Jeeped all over the place too, but it doesn't mean I feel like I should have a right to go everywhere on every trail. And the minute I start hearing some of these off-road vehicle users saying they're going to take care of their impacts on the land, like the hikers and the bikers have done and have been doing for decades here, I will give them a place at the table in my own mind. But I think that they need to reform their attitude and their impacts because this is a very fragile landscape. And that's what we're trying to address now with going after the roads that have huge impacts, with going after the fact that all 5,000 some acres or 4,000 some acres of Grand County are within a mile of a road, basically. You can't get away from these guys, and they just keep making louder and louder machines with greater and greater power and impact. And I am completely through listening to these guys, especially after hearing this group of people telling me that they have a right to four-wheel everywhere. No, you got a right to walk and watch and look and be everywhere, but you don't have a right to, you know, do whatever you want on every acre of public land, especially not here in this fragile environment where silence and the preservation of ancient artifacts used to be one of the primary virtues of this place. Well, that's all getting trashed. So what about that? What about everyone else's enjoyments? The thing that is really the most upsetting to me to hear coming out of people's mouths today is the idea that river runners haven't been enjoying this far longer than Jeepers were down in Labyrinth Canyon, that bikers haven't been enjoying this place far longer than Jeepers have been driving across Gold Bar Rim, as if there is anything more sacrilegious possible than driving a Jeep across Gold Bar Rim and doing the kind of destruction that I see up there. I'm so furious about this. I used to bike across that rim when there was, you know, you guys don't know that there were bikers there because we didn't leave an impact like you damn Jeepers do everywhere you go, it seems like. And once they start bringing their group into alignment with responsibility and stewardship, they have a place at the table. But until then, their money means nothing to me in this town. Their presence is actually incredibly destructive of our town, our way of life, the wildlife, our watershed integrity, and so many other things. I could speak for 20 minutes nonstop just on the subject matter at hand of why they need to rein
Dan, could you please draw your comments to a close?
I appreciate that you guys are tackling this very difficult issue, and that maybe we'll get something done to right a wrong that was done when the travel plan for the county was expanded threefold in the year 2000. Let's get back to a more reasonable travel plan.
Thank you. Are there any other people that would like to comment? I'm not seeing any. We will have another opportunity for public comment at 6 o'clock this evening. We will move on to approval of minutes for November 15th, 2021. Redistricting workshop, November 16th, 2021 workshop and regular county commission meeting, November 20th. Second, budget workshop, November 29th, budget workshop, November 30th, redistricting workshop. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Yeah. So moved. Motion by Kevin. Do I have a second? Seconded by Jacques. Discussion? All in favor? Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. Ratification of payment of bills.
All right, now I'm ready.
You're ready.
I'd like to
Okay.
make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to approve Grand County bills for December 7th, 2021. Total bills in the amount of $714,554.98. Total payroll in the amount of $277,043.93. Total bills and payroll combined in the amount of $991,598.91.
Motion by Gabriel Wojtek. Do I have a second?
I'll second that one too, Mary.
Okay, thank you, Jacques. So motion by Gabriel, seconded by Jacques. Discussion.
Much better,
Oh.
Gabe. Much better.
There were
I'll-
actually bills this time.
Okay, seeing that there is no discussion, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, we have commissioner disclosures. Is there any commission members that need to disclose anything on an item that is on this agenda?
Madam Chair, I would just note that I hold a special recreation permit in the Moab Field office of the BLM.
Thank you, Evan. Anyone else? Okay. We are to general commission reports and future considerations. Evan.
I was just reviewing my notes here. I think that mostly we were all in attendance of what I've been working on. I took some time off for the Thanksgiving break and attended the budget meetings. And I have one other thing in my notes that just says meeting, but I believe that was something with all of us. So that's all I got.
Thank you, Evan. Sarah.
Let's see. I'm sorry, I'm pulling up my list. I attended the Moab Area Watershed Partnership meeting, and this kind of comes into future considerations because I also had a meeting with the mayor and another city council member about the same issue, but about Grand County becoming a part of the National Groundwater Monitoring Network. And it seems like there's broad support for that proposition. I also spoke to folks at the USGS about, they also have some wells in the National Groundwater Monitoring Network. And I think this is will be a great way to get Grand County, which includes Castle Valley and Thompson if they want, or our entire county, and working with San Juan County to really have a handle on what's going on with our groundwater. So right now, nobody's taking the lead on monitoring. And
Who's taking the lead?
Nobody.
Oh, nobody.
The state is looking for local leadership. So I think it's a great idea for Grand County to become a data provider with the National Groundwater Network Monitoring Network. It would mean more access to funding opportunities for water monitoring wells, et cetera. And so that's a future consideration. And then I attended the public hearings on redistricting and budgeting and an e-planning webinar regarding the Dingle Act, which involves the BLM resource management plans, which one of our commenters alluded to. They're actually cracking open the resource management plans and making some amendments based on the recent scenic river designation on Labyrinth Canyon. So we've talked about that a little bit. I also attended the Community Renewable Energy Program board meeting. Things are moving forward with that, and the weed board and the Moab Area Mosquito Abatement District, and we've just been budgeting in all of those. So I think that's about it.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. So that with the future consideration, would you be bringing forward a proposal or have it on the agenda for us to is there an official process for becoming a partner?
There is. I'm going to attend a webinar on the 8th, which will really help clarify what that is. I think we just submit an application and then we find out if we get accepted, and if we get accepted, it might actually just come with funding in order to plan the program, to hire somebody to plan our program. So yes, I will come forward with a proposal.
Yes, thank you very much. Jacques?
Thank you, Mary. Like Evan, I was also out of town enjoying the long fall break from school at Thanksgiving. I missed the Rec Special Service District meeting, but contacted them, and the meeting involved planning for the 2022 budget at the Rec Special Service District. I also missed the Chamber of Commerce meeting, and at that meeting they were planning for the great event they put on, the light parade that happened last weekend, as well as the lighting of the Christmas tree. And I want to congratulate the Chamber on doing a great job and bringing that super fun event back after a year's absence. I and my family enjoyed both those nights. That was a great success, I think. I also attended a Museum of Moab meeting last Wednesday. And one of the things, or a couple of things discussed, is there are 2 positions on the board that need to be filled. So we discussed that, as well as nominations for officers of the Board of Trustees, the Museum of Moab. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you, Jacques. Kevin?
I spent a fair amount of time on county issues the past few weeks, but they're all covered elsewhere in the agenda. So nothing to report beyond that.
Yes, you've been working very hard, very much. Trish?
A lot of the same meetings that you all attended, a couple that you did not. We actually had a public meeting. The planning and zoning director led that on the replat in Thompson, and it was very well received. So it's feasible that it could happen. So that was really cool. You have to have consensus, and that is not often had out there, but it may happen. So it's looking really good. And Lucas and John have worked really on that, and I really appreciate it. The planning commission, we just talked about the general plan a little bit, and then groundwater and sewer, there was a couple of things that were of interest. One, they're going to have an app for clients where you basically can monitor your water use, and I think that that's really important, specifically to water conservation. The Cane Springs Preservation and Development, they did sign a contract with them, but basically just says that they will put the infrastructure in, but groundwater and sewer will operate it. But obviously that is a long way down the road, but that contract was signed. Currently the Kins Lake level is 871, which is slightly up. At this time in 2019, it was 1792. In 2020, it was 433, so super low. It's currently at 871. That's acre feet. The snow level at 9,500 feet is, the snow, anyways, accumulation was 0. So the average at this time of year is 2.1. So we're below average. The current precipitation for the year is only 6.8 inches. So quite a bit, again, below average. Our soil moisture is not too bad. It's at 60%. And so, kind of everything that you hear about water really ties back into soil moisture, The reality is, like, we can get a ton of precipitation, but if the soil absorbs it all and it doesn't run off, it doesn't help a lot. Or, so soil moisture right now is not super bad. I never have a lot of good news out of groundwater and sewer, but something.
Thank you. Thank
Trish,
you.
could I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah. I might not have done a great job on that.
Oh, no, it's just about the King Creek development and the groundwater. So they would agree to take care of their facilities?
They would agree to assist in the operation of their facilities, right? They have to put in their entire own facilities, but groundwater and sewer will help to operate it. And I think part of that would be like any operator that they send out, they would be paying for that operator, but they're basically just, agreeing that we would help to operate that system.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Gabriel.
Just got a couple things. On the 23rd of November, I attended the Southeastern Utah Health Department board meeting. Just a report that vaccines for 5 to 11-year-olds is a little bit less than anticipated. Sorry, I don't have the numbers here for Grand County specifically, but for the Tri-County area, 300 out of 4,000 5 to 11-year-olds are vaccinated. And that was anticipated to be closer to something like 800. I would encourage all citizens to consider getting their 5 to 11-year-olds vaccinated, so we can pull through this challenge together as a community. Also, an interesting note is that the health department is sort of trying to figure out how best its current facility there next to the movie theater, how in Moab here, how it can best serve the community in that facility, and how it's outgrowing it, even though it hasn't been there that long. But currently, there are some discussions about forming a nonprofit campus at the old USU building that is current that we're all aware of. I guess what's that? That's 200 South, I think. And anyway, the free health clinic is in discussions about occupying that area over there, and the health department is also considering maybe a partnership in occupying that space as well, which I think is a pretty exciting prospect for both of those entities. On the first, I attended the Economic Diversification Advisory Council, working with August and Ben in the Economic Development Department to design the Business Expansion Grant, which is a new program where there will be $500,000 available, and we're putting a lot of thought and intention into how best to design that program and disperse those funds to sort of help some local businesses. So kudos to that department and that board for the continued work on that, and with the aim of rolling it out in the new year. And that's all I have for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Gabriel. Thank you. I went into the Emerging Area Rural Dialogue. It was on a Friday with UDOT. It was very interesting. A lot of discussion on what is needed and how we can best meet the needs of the different transportation issues in this area. And they're going to have another meeting in the spring. But it was well attended, and I thought very productive, and lots of good ideas were brought up. I attended CCP on the 2nd of December. It's a very difficult meeting to give a summary of because it lasts like a long time and a lot is covered. One of the things that I think I want to follow up on is that the administrator from San Juan County said that they were doing a water study in the Pat Creek area around Pat Creek in San Juan County. And we are so far not a part of the interagencies or the groups that have vested interests. We have not been invited to the table to participate in that study. So I'm going to work to make sure that we are. Moab City has been invited, but Grand County has not. So I'll follow through on that. There was a lot of discussion on the time to entry, which was I thought went really well. There's in the state parks, visitation was even up from last year. They've had a very busy time at Goblin Valley and Dead Horse Point and all of the areas. Next meeting, we will have an update and meet on the Utah Raptor State Park and where that is moving. Mark Stilton from the Utah Water Management was there, and he is excited that we're looking at getting a monitor and such for the Pack Creek area, because we really cannot understand our water needs in Moab if we do not understand what's happening there. And also I met the person who will be the main ranger at Bears Ears and how they're moving along with that type of planning. So it was a very involved and exciting meeting. John Gunther was there. If he is on and would like to mention or state anything that I missed that he thinks important for the commission to know, feel free to add your ideas.
No, I think, Mary, if I could just quickly say, I think your point about San Juan County and the water, I think what they're trying to do is gain stewardship and governance over the groundwater sewer area and taking a look at the water rights as well. So I think that's a good point that we should be involved in that.
Yeah, I think it's very important. So both John and I will plan to follow through on that and get a seat at the table. We had the Travel Council had a meeting where we were discussing different types of how we are going to move forward with discussing and advertising and marketing our area in a way that helps bring in what we consider quality tourists. And we talked about how in our resolution that we passed that isn't mentioned. We talk about messaging, but not messaging in how we want to bring in people who stay longer, spend more money, and are less impactful on our environment. So we might want to look at that resolution and tweak it enough that we get that we always mention, but it's not part of the resolution at this point. So that was talked about. It was really interesting. Love Communications was there. They're being very helpful, and I think are giving. I in the past didn't realize how much they do for us, but they really are there for us. I had a solid waste special district board meeting. Our budget is looking really good. We were all quite anxious. I mean, it was what was going to happen, how things were looking. It looks good. It looks good. We're moving forward. The merger's going well. Things are happening there. And so that went really well. And then I attended all the meetings that we did as a group with redistricting and budgeting. We were very busy this at the end of the month, which is unusual. Usually when you have a fifth week of the month, you don't have very many meetings. But with redistricting and budgeting, it seemed like we had meetings all the time. So that's my report. Thank you. Is there any other future considerations? Okay, we will move to our elected official reports. Do we have any elected officials that have something they would like to report? I'm not seeing any. Okay, commission administrators, Mallory Nassau and Chris Baird. Do you have anything to report?
Thanks, Mary. I'll be giving my presentations at the end with our budget hearings, so I'll pass it on to Mallory.
Okay, really short and sweet. I've been wrapping up some end of year things and then preparing some things as we go into 2022. We did hire somebody officially for the new Grand Center director, but I have not sent out an email to all department heads. So I will include you all on that and make sure I'm showing them that respect of not surprising them. But that is all that I have right now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we are to department reports. We report on Sand Flats Recreation Area 2020-21. Andrea Brand.
Hello. Let me share my screen. Just a sec here. You can see it's Okay, there we go. All right. Well, thank you, Commission, for giving me the opportunity to come before you today. I have a few things in here from 2019 as well as 20 and 21, just because of new commissioners. So anyway, let's get started. So the Sandflats Recreation Area was first set aside because of the Slick Rock Bike Trail, which was the first national recreation trail in Utah. And of course, it has challenging 4x4 trails. It's multiple users, motorized and non-motorized. We are known for our camping as well. We have over 146 campsites that are full in the spring and the fall. And our partnership has been between the county and the BLM since 1995. And that is how the area is managed with that partnership. We are self-sustaining since 1998, and we operate as an enterprise fund. So all of the operating budget comes from the monies that we collect at our entrance station and online. We completed our 23rd year of self-sustained operation in 2021. And the Sandflats mission is right here, but I'll just give you some highlights. We want to ensure that the outstanding natural features of the area are protected from the impacts of adverse impacts of recreational use, provide sustainable public recreation opportunities consistent with the character of the area, provide for public safety, reduce visitor conflicts, assure continuation of positive economic benefits to the county, and maintain reasonable access to the area. So the BLM and Grand County utilize their combined resources and authorities to cooperatively improve conditions within the area so as to better serve the public and establish a mechanism whereby users of the area fund management, protection, and service expenditures. And back in 2006, we were selected at the national level by President Bush's committee as the poster child for local and federal areas working together to manage public lands. So some of the things that we do is we have about 200,000 visitors, and we provide recreation for them, facilities. And so we have our entrance station, which is staffed February through November. We have self-pay and online ways for people to pay for their fees. We have 9 trailheads, 45 miles of trails, interpretive kiosks. We have 9 campgrounds and over 140 sites. And we collected about $535,000 in 2020 despite the pandemic. And we should bring in about $800,000 this year. This is something from the BLM about the economic value of public lands in Grand County. And this is Sandflats economic value for the local economy broken out for Sandflats, and it's over 12 million was the estimate. This was probably about 5 years ago that this was done. If you look at this, you will see that we are up 23% over 2019. But I just wanted to point out that we were down 21% last year compared to 2019. So overall, there's only about a 2% increase in the last 2 years. So, you know, a lot of the folks that couldn't come in 2020 spring came in the fall, and then they came this year as well. We have about 70% of our users from our surveys are repeat. So our fees are still very reasonable, $5 a day or $10 for the week, $2 per shuttle, or bicycles are $2, or motorcycles, and $5 for the week. We charge for vehicle trailers. We have an annual pass, and camping is still $15 per vehicle for the night. So we have our day-to-day staffing of our entrance station for orientation and fee collection and maps and safety. We do all this with just 4 full-time staff, 4 to 6 seasonal staff, and hopefully this spring we'll get back into the swing of having a high school apprentices up at Sand Flats again. That changed with COVID. And then we maintain our trailheads, and we do daily front country patrols to check compliance, provide security and information to our visitors. And we do backcountry patrols regularly. And again, we're promoting compliance and safety and checking on maintenance needs. And we have ongoing trail maintenance always to protect the resources and restoration work along those trail sites. And trash pickup and removal, and our toilets, of course, are quite a bit of the budget to take care of those important things. And we pride ourselves on our interpretive information on our kiosks and in our brochures and on our website and Facebook page. And our high school apprenticeship program has been operating since 1995 with a little break because of COVID. We also have people can earn an annual pass by coming up and working with us for just 3 hours at a time, and they can earn that pass for the whole year. We have those in the spring and the fall, and we provide funds to search and rescue each year. And since 1998, we've provided over $275,000 in funds. And this is just a little data that I worked with Nancy May took on compiling from Search and Rescue. And Search and Rescue spends, let's see, I did this spring. So about 17% of their time in 2019 was spent up at Sand Flats. So I just wanted to put in a little mention of the Slick Wreck Bike Trail because 2019 was 50 years of celebration of the creation of the Slick Wreck Bike Trail. And we put on an event. We worked very hard to put together a documentary film to honor all the people that have been involved in creating the trail. And then over the years, the motorcyclists, the mountain bikers. And we put together that documentary film, which can be viewed on our YouTube channel or linked on our website. And we held a big event for that celebration, and we honored Dick Wilson. He came for the event, and he has passed away now. So we're very happy that we could do that for him. So highlights for 2020, we set up a new office building. And some of you may remember, we demolished a house over behind the courthouse, 156 East, 100 North. We brought in had a custom modular made for us, brought in, had our concrete pads poured and driveways and all that, and our handicap ramps. And that's the interior view of the office, and it's serving us very well. Also in 2020, we fixed Lake Michigan issues there, and that has been holding up very well this year, even this year as well. Trail Mix worked on Falcon Flow, and that opened up in spring of 2020, and Eagle Eye in the fall of 2020. And we worked with the road department and the BLM to put in a parking lot for Falcon Flow, and Sand Flats contributed some of those funds for that parking lot. So some highlights are the same for 2020 and 2021. We finished the shade structures in our campgrounds. That was drawn out a little bit because of a difficulty getting contractors, but we did get those completed. We have 5 new shade structures up there as of this spring, and we have a picnic one at the Fins and Things parking lot, and then we have them in our group sites. Of course, the booth was closed in the spring of 2020, and so we modified our operations so that we could keep our visitors and our employees safe, and we had a walk-up system where people paid through a security drawer, and everything was by credit card. We started taking cash this late spring, and some other things that happened both years. We're happy to have the support of the outfitters and the BLM and my staff and Motorized Trail Committee to get out there and help us with fencing projects and blocking trails with natural barriers. And we've had some great groups come up and volunteer a lot of their time to help us with that. We also, as I said earlier, have our annual PASS volunteer days, and those are well attended. And they get a lot of work done with that. Highlights 2021 to date. We hired 3 new folks this spring, and we were fully staffed, which was wonderful. Got a lot more out on the trail, got some good projects done. We have a introductory video we're working on with Mark Finley to put on our website. And that is almost complete. These are some of the new staff. And there's Mark out there on the trail filming. We wanted to show our campgrounds more, and Falcon Flow, our new mountain bike non-motorized trail. You can hike there as well, of course. Rally on the Rocks, of course, did not happen in Grand County, but the BLM asked us to kind of monitor the increase, if there was an increase in use. And we saw overall the 4 weeks, 2 weeks prior, the week of, and the week after, we saw overall about a 21% increase in UTVs visiting the area over the average for the other 3 weeks. We also had the noise event up there. Of course, it was put on by the city and the county sheriff's department, but it was outside Sam Flats entrance, and the carrot was that people got free entry for the day to come up there. And so that went very well. They had quite a few folks, and the quietest vehicle was from the Moab Bike Patrol, which was a Honda that was 85 decibels. So that is volunteer patrol on motorcycle on the bike trail. And then also they go out on Hell's Revenge and Fins and Things with this rig. So 27 vehicles were tested, and they received the passes in the 2.5 hours they did the test. The Sustainable and Responsible Trail Promotion Committee was formed this year, and I worked with that committee, and some videos, as you know, were on our local TV station to educate our visitors and coordinate that educational messaging between all the public land managers is the goal of that group as well. We also got our parking lots crack sealed, seal coated at Slick Rock and Hell's Revenge, and those look very nice. We got a new 6-wheeler to go out and do trail maintenance, and a new Ford. The BLM, as we've said, that we work in partnership. The road department removed a cattle guard on the Sam Flats Road that was no longer needed, and also the BLM removed one on Fins and Things. We also have a pipe safe now at our east entrance near the Forest Service. We didn't have one there before. The BLM put that in for us, and we got our toilets repainted this fall, and there'll be more in the spring to finish those up at the trailheads, those concrete buildings. So just some things that continue into 2022 that started, some of them even in 2019. But the first one is just, we're going to be expanding the parking area at Potato Salad Hill, Sam Flats Road Junction there. And Jones and DeMille, you may recall, is already have done the survey, and they will have a design for us to put that out for bid in the beginning of the new year. And that's going to be a big help because we've lost the parking there below the radio tower at the Hell's Revenge exit with the Lions Back development. And we're going to take, if we have extra fill, we'll bring it up to the baby Lions Back entrance above the booth to fill in some ruts in there if there's leftover fill from the project below the booth. Just some other things to just touch base on with you folks is I did meet with the city back in the spring to see if there might be a traffic study for Lions Back development in relation to the road. I haven't heard anything about that for the last, I wouldn't be part of this phase anyway. It might be in a later phase that would be required by the city. And then, the Mill Creek Recreation and Community Access Plan, of course, I've been involved with that from the beginning. And our concerns with how this would affect the access to Sand Flats with the increased traffic from the Lions Back development and Mill Creek parking if it was moved to Potato Salad Hill. So just, keeping that on the radar. We also have been doing a study this year of our entrance station and keeping track of the times that we have the long lines. And, we've been talking for a few years now, and it is on the budget to make some improvements there. We need to meet with the BLM again and compile the data. Here's our entrance from aerial view. And this is from Dead Horse, where they have this separate exit. And they have two entrances on either side of the booth are possible with their setup. And but some things just to take note of is that Dead Horse Point State Park has one entrance and they have 900,000 visitors. We have one entrance and we have 200,000 visitors. Our average wait time this year was about 15 minutes when there is a line. Of course, they'll be a little longer on those really busy weekends. But our issues unique to us is vehicles are waiting on a hill and the commercial users are on a timeline. But the data gathered so far shows that 20% of the users in line are already paid or commercial tours. So we'll have to meet with the engineers and see if that's enough to help with the traffic or not, moving 1/5 of the visitors into a separate line. So we'll be meeting with the BLM soon about sharing the data. This year we did, of course, we did a booth UTV survey for Grand County Commission with our Square Register system. And through November, we see it's been very similar as we got into the summer with the data. Private UTVs, 31%, rentals, 25%, UTV tours, 44% of a sample size of almost 28,000. And then our overall breakdown of our use with a sample size of almost 21,000 is motorized 75% and non-motorized 25% for day use. Also, I'm not sure if this has been on the radar for the commission as much, but the Motorized Trail Committee had a proposal to the BLM, went through our stewardship committee, and then it's now with the BLM in the EA process. And there's a few different areas that would be really tweaked. The only main one is on this map below the escalator near number 2, the route from tip over to the abyss, if that's supposed to, if that is approved, that will help a lot with traffic flow on the trail. And we're also going to continue, of course, to seek grant funding for paving the Sand Flats Road past the entrance booth. Grand County Road Department worked on that with Jones and DeMille this year. The RAISE grant didn't work out, but the application is ready for next year. Of course, we've been talking about paving it since 2015. It was part of our business plan back then because of traffic safety and to reduce dust in the campgrounds. And some of the other concerns now, of course, are the Raptor route and the added bicycle traffic on the Sand Flats Road and trying to mitigate that with bike lanes. In the meantime, another proposal coming from Grand County Active Trails and Transportation is to add on to the Falcon Flow so that it comes closer to the booth area and comes behind. This is a picture of a route going around Days Crack, which is part of the Sand Flats Road that is, pinch point. And so Tyson has come up with a route around there. I've hiked it with him several times. And on this map, you see the pink and the green on the right side, and that would be the Kestrel Trail. And that would bring them out so that mountain bikers or hikers would not have to go through Days Crack, mostly mountain bikers, of course, coming off of that Falcon Flow Trail, and they would come into Campground H. And then there's a purple trail to the left of that, and that is proposed to be a accessible trail for all users that would be graveled, and you could take strollers and wheelchairs. And so that's another thing that I'm going to be looking for a grant for in the next year or two. And Maddie from Active Trails and Transportation will be looking for an RTP grant for the pink and green shown on this map, the Kestrel Trail. Of course, they have to go through the BLM process and everything, and my committee will be voting on them this week. Then another fun thing we had this year was we have applied for International Dark Sky status, park status, and we had 4 events this year that included a Perseid meteor shower party, star parties, and a full moon hike, and we'll have more of those next year as part of the application process. So in conclusion, SandFlats is a successful partnership with self-sustainability. We continue to be popular, of course, and we've made our improvements with our fee monies, grants, and through the BLM partnership. Any questions? And I hope I didn't go too long.
No questions, but I wanted to just weigh in on the noise event to clarify a couple of things. And this presentation was amazing, Andrea, and everything you do is amazing. I did want to clarify the noise testing. It was a county event. The city was not involved. The police chief and the city attorney did come hang out. It was good to have them up there just to see how we were doing. And we do hope the city is going to sponsor their own noise testing event. And then the bike patrol was the quietest ATV, but we also tested other Jeeps, trucks, and vehicles, including vans. And of course, the quietest ATV was much louder, significantly louder than any of the other vehicles. The quietest vehicle of all was a brand new electric Jeep. It was very goofy and barely even could rank any sound on our noise meter. So that was pretty exciting for everyone to see that quality come through the noise testing event. We do appreciate your partnership.
Thank you.
Yes, yes, thank you, Andrea. You kept it around 15 minutes, and I do appreciate that because we have a long meeting. Yes, Sarah?
Andrea, thank you for the presentation. I was a high school apprentice up at SandFlats, and it gave me great insight into all the issues that come with managing land in this area. But my question was, so this summer I was traveling around, and there's certain management paradigms in other places where like certain days of the week are motorized or non-motorized. And I've heard some other people keep bringing that up to me with SandFlats. And I just wondered if you guys are considering anything like that, or if you're hearing from the public about that kind of idea.
I mean, I haven't heard that idea from the public. We haven't done a survey in a number of, probably 5 years now, and we did not have that. I'd have to look back. I mean, we have talked about it for many years. I don't remember that being a survey question, though. I mean, that'd be interesting to explore that. I think some of the complication will be our campers. We do have people camping, as you know, for multiple days and or sometimes just overnight. So that would be part of the mix of figuring that out if we were to go that way. But yeah, we've talked about that for a while. So it might be something worth putting in our survey and proceeding and seeing what people think.
Oh, I'd like to see that. Thank you so much for all your work up there.
Thank you.
I have a question and comment, Andrea. First off, thanks for the great presentation, and definitely appreciate everything about SandFlats. I love to recreate up there myself. The question was about the extending the pavement on the dirt road. I hadn't heard that for some reason, but there's plans to pave SandFlats Road from where the pavement ends currently 2 miles further east.
Right. And in 2015, when it was part of my business plan for going before the RAC board to increase the fees, we were at that time hoping to pave it through Days Crack and up the hill to where the Pinion Trail takes off. And so that was a little over 2 miles further. But now we have, more complications with the creation of the Raptor route and, potentially 20,000 plus mountain bikers coming off of Whole Enchilada, coming down that when it's complete, coming onto the trail. So been talking with the BLM and Bill Jackson about paving the road with bike lanes. And actually Bill Jackson worked with Jones and DeMille, and I guess you folks approved that back in June for them to put in for that grant. But I guess there was some kind of complications and it was rejected because I think they missed a deadline. I just learned recently. So it's ready for next year, but that was written up with Jones and DeMille and Bill Jackson. And that one was to pave it all the way up to Porcupine Rim with bike lanes, and also tear up the existing pavement that is 1 mile in from the booth and add bike lanes to that. So that would be a pretty massive project, but I mean, it would be a great project. It would be beautiful to have bike lanes all the way up and be paved all the way up 7 miles from the booth. But you know, the FLAP grant is really the best match according to Bill Jackson, but they're not going to be opening that till 2025 is my understanding. So we'll see. But in the meantime, to address the deadline for the Raptor route opening up, we are working to extend the trail past Falcon Flow and come out in Campground H. And then also the next year, try to even have it come closer to Campground D, and also serve as a nice accessible trail between those campgrounds. So that's the phase 2. Phase 1 is the Kestrel one, which is just getting them to Campground H, getting them around Days Crap.
Thanks, Andrea.
Sure.
Any further questions?
I have a question. Go ahead, Gabe.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Okay, I'll go ahead. Andrea, I know you guys do quite a lot of work trying to keep people and all different kinds of users on the trail up there. Do you have any documentation or statistics or metrics about how well that's working, or how, comparisons of different techniques? Because, I think that could be really helpful in just on wider BLM lands, the experience you gain in this kind of high use area.
As far as, you mean our techniques with our barriers, or just like showing areas before and after, or?
Yeah, I guess I was thinking, for example, the effectiveness of different barriers.
Sure. Well, fences, of course, are great, and it a lot of times it really depends on that individual section of the trail. You really have to look at it. But fences are ugly. They get hit, they fall down. But we have them in places, of course. We like to use the natural barriers of down and dead wood, bring that over. Sometimes it lasts a long time, sometimes it doesn't. I think a big factor is just really having the trail well marked. We've marked with paint for years, but we're really going to a lot more signs, and less, there can be paint, but when the paint wears off, because you have to paint it 2 or 3 times a year, those signs stay there. So, how you have to kind of look at each thing. How much is it because the trail is too difficult for certain user groups? How much of it, and so there's been a go around and people are getting sucked into that. You have to look at each segment. But yeah, I'm happy to talk more about that. We really appreciate the Motorized Trail Committee and their big volunteer groups and the outfitters and the BLM, and just trying to figure all that out together and work together. I think sections of the trail look really good now because of just all that volunteer labor that has come and helped us in the last year and a half.
And I guess a related question is, do you have any data on the trend over time of trail conditions? Like, I guess I'm referring to like the first sentence in the mission statement is to prevent damage from recreational use. And is there a way of measuring it, saying are we gaining or slowly losing on that battle? Well,
it's we never did. I always kind of wanted to do a way where we kind of mapped the acreage lost when we'd have damage and stuff, but we never really found the time to do that. But I will say that over the years, we see a lot less off-trail damage. I'm sorry, my phone is like falling. A lot less off-trail damage than we did in years past, but we have those big ditches in places, those, you know, big berms, and that keeps people in those berms, you know, below the berms, but the berms get wider and the trail still gets wider over time in places. So I would say a lot of our damage is just because we have so much use now that the trails are just getting eroded deeper and deeper, kind of like hiking trails in your national parks when you have so much use. We don't have as much off trail that we did 15, 20 years ago, but we have just increased use, so it's deeper. And then we have some, you know, the different users that are wanting to go around each other, traveling different speeds, which is a factor. But I'd be happy to talk more about it and brainstorm. And try to find more of, you know, what we have with pictures and such. Because we do have some Google Earth images of from long ago and then more recent that sometimes I go back and compare sections.
Any further
Thanks,
questions?
Andrea. I had a question on our agenda tonight for item S is the consolidated fee schedule for 2022.
Yes.
And I'm reading that it shows a change in the fee schedule for Sand Flats, and I wasn't sure if you were planning on sticking around for that agenda item, or if you just wanted to kind of provide justification or rationale for that change right now.
Sure. So that change that is proposed is to, and I'm sorry, I meant to say that in the presentation. That proposal would be to drop the day use fee and only have the week fee. And that would bring in probably around $200,000 in revenue annually. And that would help with the wage increases and also trying to match these big projects that are planned with grant funding, if you know the matches. But what it would do is if your day use is dropped off, then it would be $10 a week pass to come into Sand Flats in a car. If you compare with, I know Arches is a national park, but if you compare, Arches is $30 a week. We would be just $10 a week. Dead Horse is $20, 2-day pass. And then we would leave the shuttle fee of $2. We wouldn't touch that. The biking would be $5 for the week instead of $2 a day. Arches, I don't have it in front of me. I think it's 15 or 20 for a motorcycle in comparison, and a bicycle. And then the other one is the trailered vehicle. Instead of being $10 a day, they would be $15 a week. Pass would be the only pass available to them. There would be no changes to the annual pass or the camping. So it'd be just eliminating the day pass, which is similar, you know, in Canyonlands and Arches, you can't purchase a 1-day pass. You can only purchase a week pass. And these are just, you know, and our visitors, they are very surprised. We get information on the back of our envelopes, you know, raise the fee, you know, it's whatever. I mean, we do hear this pretty regularly, and we do get people really surprised because they go to other places where they have to pay per UTV on their trailer, per motorcycle. And so when you say, oh, you know, $10 to come in, they're expecting $10 each. So I think we are, you know, very low. We're self-sustaining. We've got some big projects coming up. We've got some increases in wages that are going to be close to 85,000, I believe. And benefits. So this is and we haven't raised the fees in 7 years. Last time was 2015.
Thanks for maintaining the accessibility. It sounds like a really reasonable adjustment. For for the associated increase in revenues and the relative affordability of the annual pass, in addition to the volunteer opportunities for free access, I think eases any concerns I might have over locals' ability to access affordably. So thanks for all you do. Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, we will move to our next presentation, which is report on proposed general plan and strategic plan review and adoption timeline. Boat ramp Thompson update RERC. John Gunther.
Thank you, Mary, and good evening, commissioners. This one's actually just a summary of reports that we have, some in the package and some not. So it'll be very quick. G will be within the package. The next item is a report on the general plan and strategic plan review and adoption timetable. The next one is a boat ramp. That's in this package too. The Thompson update we're going to do next time. That Trish touched on that a bit. That's the replatting process and other issues that are going on in Thompson that we would like to work with them proactively on. The RERC grant is actually an EPA grant, and it takes a look at small urban areas of development. So that application, we met the deadline of November 30th, and it's really not money, it's work in lieu of, and it's working with national people on local issues, and which is really good. It's very rural focused. And the grant application that we did was for Thompson. So we'll see how that goes. That decision would be sometime, hopefully in December. Unified Transportation Master Plan, that discussion is in the package tonight in the December 16th meeting discussion. We're going to be doing statistics for the year end for planning and zoning, which includes code enforcement. And that discussion will be set up for the next meeting as well. We were hoping to get that in this package because I think I said to the commission we wanted to do an update on the code enforcement program as well. So Mary, that's it for G, and then H would be something I would take over whenever you're ready. She's not back yet. Have to wait for
Thank you, John. I ran to get a glass of water. Thank you. That was short. I was not expecting that. So thank you very much. We are at that concludes our department reports. We are to general business and action plan. So John, still up, we are approving the request for staff to proceed with the general plan and strategic plan review process and tentative dates and actions. John.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mary. There's a staff report in your package. I'm not going to turn this on and I'll just go through the staff report. There's a recommendation before you that staff proceed with the general plan and strategic plan review. Commission will remember we have a draft strategic plan out there for public comment. We're going to be meeting with staff as a group. The plan is next Wednesday, so we'll get some feedback from them. And then we're hoping that will be part of a public engagement process in January. The general plan and strategic plan process will then be kicked off by doing some technical review with the Planning Commission starting on Monday. They will hopefully be pairing, if you find it appropriate, with commission members, individual commission members on various sections of the general plan. This is bulking up your package there, I realize, but the draft general plan's in your package, which is about 150 pages long. It might be a bit too bulky for some of you. It needs to be longer because it's missing the mapping, table of contents. There's some areas like resource management that needs to be added. And there's a checklist that's been provided too. So there's a proposed timetable that's before you, commission members. And that timetable, I'll hit a couple of dates. One of them is, as I mentioned, the Planning Commission workshops December 13th, next Monday. We're hoping for a joint Planning Commission and Council Commission, should say, workshop on January the 4th. That might be a bit ambitious. It may slip a little and we might have to have a special meeting, hopefully. But we'll see how that goes. And the goal in that workshop is actually to go through an implementation strategy and a prioritization. So actually how the general plan can be used and applied within the county and what priorities the commission members see. So that's a prioritization exercise. That's the way we see it being handled, of course, but commission members can weigh in on that. Our goal is to have a pre-final general plan ready, which would be, we call it in English, the penultimate, which is the next to final, on January the 10th. That would then go out for public comment for 3 weeks. And then there would be a public engagement exercise as part of that process. Remember, this is a gap analysis. It's not meant to cover every single element in the general plan. All 10 of the major elements, which are listed, are dealt with in the draft, but they need some work. And there's a gap analysis that's part of the implementation strategy that's there. If you wanted to focus on anything, it would be just picking a section and focusing on it and getting comments back. We do have a Google Sheets reference email that I can send out to the commission members for you to just go online and add your comments to the document. So you're collaborating on that too and see what comments have been added. That was started on Friday, I believe. It could have been yesterday. And then the goal would be to have this before the county commission for adoption, formal adoption by March the 1st. And that would kick off the full neighborhood planning exercise, which I think is the best part of planning, where we're actually going out to neighborhoods and working with them on a number of issues, including the gaps that are there, but also building community capital and working with the commission members and the communities starting in March. That's a longer process, and planning usually leads that in my experience. And then the rest of the departments get involved later. That over the next 6 months, there will be an update to the transportation plan section, because that master plan is going on. There'll be an update to the land use section, which is a big change. And we'll have an economic development master plan kicking off next year. I think that's still in the budget. And I think Chris has the impact fee, which is the capital plan as part of the budget next year. So we have 4 major plans going next year that'll all update the general plan as well. And public engagement will update that too. So there's a checklist attached as part of that report, and then the full draft is attached as well. But it is, as we say, a living document, and there's lots of changes that need to occur yet. So that's all I have for that.
Thank you, John. Questions?
Yeah, John, I think you answered this, but I'll ask just to make sure. So if we're wondering when changes to our land use code are going to actually happen, it sounds like that's one of the 6-month things that's starting in March. Did I understand you correctly?
Yeah, not quite, Kevin, but let me go through, Mary. Yeah, so the land use code's actually running in parallel. We're doing some workshops on that as we're doing this, but the difficulty with some of that is the land use code really should be done first, or the land use plan should be done first, which is the long range land use for the whole county. That helps us get ahead of the curve. There will be a scenario planning with that, and we'll be plugging the commission into that hopefully in January. And there'll be, I don't know if you remember this, but there's a low, medium, and high scenario for growth management. That'll help set the tone for where development should occur. And one of the key areas is 191 South, of course, but 191 North and where those nodes are with 313. That'll be an important land use decision process for the commission, for both commissions. The land use code can run in parallel at the same time. Our goal from a staff perspective is to redraft the whole framework and put it into a more performance-based language. And then to deal with all the major hot button issues that are there, and there are quite a few, some low-hanging fruit because we need to align with state law. That's an important update. We'll be doing those hopefully in January and February. And then a redraft of the land use code, the full land use code probably wouldn't occur until the summer of next year.
Okay, thanks.
Any further questions?
Where did you say that summary of dates was?
It's in your staff report. It's right after the staff report.
It's on page
49.
It's not sure. Yeah, 49 in your packet.
Was that Evan that asked that?
Yeah.
You see it there, Evan?
I will dig around more.
I could share the screen if you want.
Mine jumped to 192 when I took the hot link. Let me.
Mine skipped. When I used my hot link, for some reason, it skipped it the first time too, and then I went back again.
Got him. Thank you.
Okay.
I'd appreciate that Google link.
Yeah, I'll send that out to, I was going to send it before, but I thought, I'll just wait till this meeting and then I'll send a link later.
Any further questions? I would entertain a motion.
Mayor?
Yes.
I would make a motion that staff proceed with the general plan and strategic plan review process with the tentative dates and actions indicated in the attachment.
Motion by Jacques. Do I have a second? Seconded by Kevin. Discussion. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we are to approving an amendment to the airport rules and regulations section 13 regarding the face covering policy. Andrew?
Andy is not available, so I think Chris and I are going to take this.
Oh, okay.
You want to lead off, Christina?
Sure. Of course, it's federal law that masks should be required in all airports. And we, of course, have been requiring that, but we haven't implemented this policy. We have a new grant application or an agreement ending where we need to go move forward. And
I think, Chris, you need to mute. It's really echoey.
Is that better? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So we have an outstanding grant agreement that requires our face coverings policy be implemented. And as part of that implementation, which of course is more than just adopting the policy, but taking steps to affect its effectiveness, we need to integrate that into our rules and regulations. It's pretty basic, as you can see, and this is a standard policy you're going to see in all airport regulations. I'm realizing looking at it now that this needs to be done by ordinance, and the rules and regulations were approved by ordinance. And so I have a slightly revised recommended motion. That ordinance was number 624. So the recommended motion would be, I move to amend ordinance number 624 series 2021 to add new section 13 face coverings policy to the airport rules and regulations.
Could you put that in the chat so the person could read that?
Sure.
That might be easier because that, or say it slower.
I would make a motion that mimics what the attorney just said.
Great.
Okay. Motion by Evan. Do we have a second? Seconded by Kevin. Discussion.
That work for you, Quinn?
Christina, will you email me what you said?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So does this actually make any changes to the rules at the airport, or is it just changing? I mean, like,
we haven't had anything in writing.
Okay.
So this is putting it in writing what we've been doing in practice.
Got it. Thanks.
There is, hopefully I'm not echoing too bad. I don't know why my phone started to echo, but there is a federal mandate for masks at airports. And so our most recent CARES Act grant application requires that we come up with a policy for implementing those face mask requirements. And so we're federally required already to comply with this, but our grant application also requires that we adopt a policy locally for it. So that's what this is about.
And the required reporting would fall on airport staff?
Yeah, are you talking about non-compliance? So non-compliance, I believe TSA and FAA had a contact for reporting non-compliance.
Yeah, and according to Andy, the TSA director at the airport can cite folks for violations.
Any further questions? Well, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. We are to item J, approving increased vacation rollover hours and for full-time Grand County employees to carry over from 2021 and 22. Renee.
Yes, thank you, Mary. We just due to COVID and some staffing shortages across the county, we've seen a lot of employees not be able to take vacation as normally scheduled, or have banked a lot of holidays, or a lot of hours, vacation hours, that would go away under our current policy of 160 hours of the rollover. We're asking for just a 1-year extension of the 240-hour rollover for 2022, so that those employees who weren't able to take a vacation or take the time due to some staffing shortages, hopefully we'll have a fully staffed department in 2022 and can take that time.
Questions?
I was going to make a
Yes,
motion. If that's okay.
Yes, make a motion, even
Okay,
better.
I move to approve the increased vacation hour rollover from 160 hours to 240 hours for full-time employees effective January 1st, 2022.
Thank you, Kevin. Do I have a second? Seconded by Evan. Discussion.
I just wanted to take a second to commend the tremendous dedication of county staff, and really hoping that folks can take their well-deserved vacation.
Thank you, Gabriel. Any further discussion? All in favor? Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. We are adopting a resolution designating Juneteenth, Independence Day, as a Grand County observation holiday in the Employee Handbook, Section 8D, and repealing and replacing Resolution 28112. Renee.
Yes, so I think we all heard last year that the federal government has nationally designated Juneteenth, so that's June 19th, as a federal holiday. I expect that the state will follow suit, maybe in their legislative session, but it's not a state holiday as of yet. This designation in our employee handbook would just recognize the importance of the Juneteenth holiday, also adding it to our holiday schedule for Grand County employees.
Thank you, Renee. Questions?
I'd make a motion.
Thank you.
Yeah, the suggested motion references Resolution 3288. It looks like that's erroneous, that the title says 2812, so that's how I'm going to quote it. I move to approve the resolution designating Juneteenth Independence Day as a Grand County observed holiday in the Employee Handbook, Section 8D, and repealing and replacing Resolution 2812.
Thank you, Gabriel. Do we have a second?
Second that.
Okay, motion by Gabriel, second by Jacques. Do we have any discussion? Call for a vote. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. Approving an ordinance adopting the amended and restated development agreement for Murphy Flats HDHO development. Christina Sloan.
And I think, is Elisa on also? I think.
It says planning and zoning and Christina Sloan. I'm sorry, I didn't mention planning and zoning.
I can take it, but if Lisa's on, she typically would.
Yeah, so I can just briefly summarize. This amended development agreement is for the Murphy Flats Phase 2 final plat, extending the deadline for approval for final plat. And this would be a 6-month extension, granting 6-month extension for the final plat. And the staff report we presented at the last meeting, November 16th. And so the public hearing has been opened since then.
And has anything changed since the last meeting?
Was
I did go in and tweak the language to ensure that it's effective, that the day that their original approval would have expired. So technically, there's no gap in the fact that this wasn't approved prior to the 2-year. So that is addressed. And then the one other thing that's in there that hasn't changed, but this also allows a local business or nonprofit where the owners or directors have qualified as a local household. It allows the business or nonprofit to hold title to the units.
And was there any negative comment against this amendment?
We received one public comment from Mark Horowitz, who approved the extension, and he wants to see HDHOs built out, but he opposed the title ownership component. I would argue that, you know, we've talked a lot about that title ownership issue, and you know, it's up to you guys, but I think that the commission's intent, at least at the time, was to enable local businesses and local nonprofits to own these units for employee housing.
I can recognize Mark's concerns with serfdom and et cetera, but I think that a lot of the businesses have the means and the ability to bring these to fruition. And so with that in mind, I would move to adopt the ordinance approving the proposed amended and restated development agreement for Murphy Flats HDHO development with the following condition. The owner shall record the development agreement in the real property records of the Grant County simultaneously with this ordinance and prior to application for further site plan, construction, or development approvals.
Thank you, Evan. Do we have a second? Seconded by Jacques. Discussion?
Yeah, I just want to echo what Evan said, that the allowing these to be owned by local businesses, you know, it's a little bit vague in the original ordinance, but I think that probably was the intent, and it got taken out. I'm telling you things that Chrissy has told you many times before, but I don't think it's been repeated in this meeting. It got taken out by the ALJ, even though no one is asking about it. So this kind of sticks it back in, consistent with the original intent. I do, you know, we had a lot of long debates about who should be allowed to own rental HDHO units. And I feel comfortable having local businesses own them. And as Evan points out, they might be the people who just have the ability to make it happen more quickly. So.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification, Kevin. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, we are adopting resolution approving the final plat of Red Cliff Ranch amended, a planned unit development amending parcel A, B, and C Red Cliff Ranch located at 14 Highway 128. Alisa. You're muted.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mary. I'm going to try to share my screen here. Let's see. Okay, is that showing up for you all, the amended plat?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, this is an application for plat amendment for the Red Cliffs Ranch PUD, planned unit development, which was originally approved on February 22nd, 2000 by resolution number 2472 and amended on March 17th, 2003 by resolution number 2606. The applicant seeks to realign the boundaries between lots A, B, and C of the PUD to better differentiate between the existing lodge and the residence. The plat amendment was found to be in compliance with the requirements of Land Use Code Section 9.8 and State Code Section 1727A 608. And staff's recommendation is to approve this plat amendment. No improvements are necessary as part of this.
Questions?
Questions on that?
I'd like to just add that this isn't changing any of the terms of the PUD. It is only adjusting, it's essentially a lot line adjustment. It's just adjusting the boundaries of these lots. There is an open space requirement that has not changed, has not been diminished in any way. And the plat also refers to the terms and conditions of the original PUD, which was 2000, and then that was amended in 2003. So all of that remains the same, and there's no change to the zoning component.
Yeah, it looks pretty straightforward to me. It looks like, if anything, it's going to protect the open space.
And so I take it this sort of PUD amendment doesn't require a public hearing?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
It's an administrative decision.
Because it's the plat that we're amending, not the PUD terms.
I see.
Quite any more questions? I'd entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I would move to I would move to adopt the resolution approving the final plat of Red Cliffs Ranch amended, a planned unit development amending parcels A, B, and C, Red Cliffs Ranch located at mile marker 14 on Highway 128.
Thank you, Evan. Do I have a second? Thank you, Trish. Motion by Evan, seconded by Trish. Discussion, any further? All in favor? Anyone opposition? Passes unanimously. N, approving an independent as-need contractor to serve the Grand County Hearing Officer, Christina Sloan.
Okay, our land use code does require that we appoint our hearing officer. Last time we did this was in 2016, and a hearing officer was appointed for 5 years, and that was Craig Call, who's a prior real property ombudsman. And we've used him since that time and been, I would say, 100% satisfied with the services he provides. He charges us $750 per appeal, and actually a little bit less than that for variances. And in turn, that cost is paid by the appellant. Interestingly, he conflicted out of the HDHO appeals. And so we had to hire a different hearing officer, which was actually quite tricky. I had a hard time finding anyone who could do it on a contract basis. And that hearing officer who was also really good, but he did charge us a lot higher rates than what Craig Call does. So I'm proposing that we reappoint Mr. Call as the hearing officer. The hearing officer agreement is essentially the same. He's not increasing rates. It is on our new form, and I'm proposing a term of 3 years because I think 5 years is a long time for a professional of this type to not reassess. He's the right hearing officer for the county, but I do recommend appointing him for a 3-year term.
Thank you, Christina. Questions?
Is there an advantage to locking these terms in for 5 years?
Craig is actually near the end of his career, so he's going to, for example, keep his law license active, but let his some aspects of his licensing and malpractice expire. I don't know. Does he retire? Beyond that, even from work like this, I'm not really sure. He's been really great to work with in terms of his fees, but I couldn't find anyone else to even help us except for this other gentleman from St. George, and he would not even agree to a rate per appeal. He charges per hour. So, I guess it's a good point. If Craig's willing to go 5 years, we lock him into this rate for 5 years. And he has been wonderful. So you guys can
maybe
change.
If he's been wonderful and it's a small pool, I'd say let's keep it easy and keep him on for 5. It seems like we already know what we're getting out of it. It's not a new contract that would need to be evaluated more frequently.
That works too, for sure.
Make that motion.
Yes, Kevin, I'd appreciate it.
So I move to appoint Craig Call as the contracted Grand County Hearing Officer effective December 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2026, 5 years, and to approve the hearing officer agreement.
With the amended term.
With hearing office, approve the hearing officer agreement with an amendment to change from a 3-year term to a 5-year term. Does that work?
Motion by Kevin. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Jacques. Discussion? Call for a vote. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. Adopting a resolution approving the final plat of the Walking Horse subdivision located at 4329 East Sunny Acres Lane. Christina Sloan.
This one will also be Elise leading the presentation.
Excuse me?
Thank you. The Walking Horse subdivision. Okay, the applicant is requesting approval of the final plat for a 4-lot subdivision fronting Moffett Lane. Preliminary plat for this project was recommended for approval at a regular meeting of the Planning Commission on October 12th, 2020. The application is processed under Land Use Code Article 5, Lot Design Standards, Article 6, Subdivision Standards, Article 7, Subdivision Standards, and Article 9, Final Plats. The approved application would allow for creation of 4 1-acre lots within the rural residential zoning district. The subdivision's frontage along the west side of Moffett Lane will be brought to a Type 2 public road standard per the Grand County construction requirements, which will include a half-width of improvement of 12 feet of paved surface with a 10-foot gravel shoulder. The county engineer has approved the civil plans for infrastructure, road improvements, and drainage, which will include individual drainage facilities on each lot. All utility easements required are shown on the final plat and approved by the engineer and GWSSA. The planning staff is recommending approval of this 4-lot subdivision. Are there any questions?
Questions? Since there are no questions, I would entertain a motion. Could you put down the screen so I can see my commission? Thank you.
Chair, I move to adopt the findings of fact set forth in the staff report dated October 27th, 2021, and the proposed resolution approving the final plat and subdivision improvements agreement for Walking Horse subdivision with the following conditions. 1, the owner shall record the SIA simultaneously with the final plat in the recorder's office, and 2, the owner shall submit an acceptable completion assurance bond for the incomplete public improvements and infrastructure warranty bond for completed accepted public improvements as established in the SIA to the county in the amount set forth in the SIA prior to recordation of the final plat.
Thank you, Gabriel. Do I have a second? Thank you, Trish. Motion by Gabriel, second by Trish. Do I have any further discussion? All in favor? Anyone opposed? It is 6 o'clock. Do we have anyone for the public hearing? Citizens to be heard, I mean, citizens to be heard. Is there anyone for citizens to be heard? Not seeing anyone. We will move to approving amended prosecutorial, excuse me.
Oh, hello.
Oh, we had another hand, Kent?
David Lerner.
It's David, Mary.
Okay.
And maybe Kent also, but David spoke up first.
Okay, David.
Go ahead, David.
Hello, everybody. This is
Hello, David.
cracking.
David, what's your last name?
This is David Lohner with Moab Moto Tours, local here, 20 something years.
There's a real echo. Do we know why? Okay, go ahead, David.
Sounds better.
You can hear me okay?
Yes, now it's much better.
Nervousness in my voice to be on this. So hello, everybody. Well, I'm just being informed about all the closures that's being discussed here in the motorized world. And I think everyone here knows, I mean, I do motorcycle tours and mountain bike and e-bike tours here in Moab. I wish I was better prepared to discuss in front of you all about what's going on and know more about it. But I understand the impact that's going on here is primarily the side-by-side increase in usage here. And I don't know what the solution here is with that. I know motorcycles seem to be getting lumped into it. As a mountain biker, I mean, if we're talking about like Gold Bar, you know, that's one of my favorite routes is Bull Canyon Gold Bar Portal. Absolutely, positively. Top 3 favorite route for me. Been riding it for over 20 years. I can't say that they're bothering me out there. They're not, I mean, the side-by-side is seemingly, it's just coming down to a few bad apples is what I'm seeing out there in the backcountry now, doing this for 5 years and getting out to pretty remote places. Is there is no presence of law enforcement here in Moab. I mean, I think we have one ranger I see probably once or twice a year with a motorcycle in the back of the truck. If there could be some kind of noise ordinances on these vehicles in the backcountry. Education is a huge part of what I do here and trying to promote responsible recreation, as I do get a lot of father and sons and stuff like that here. And, you know, I'm a hippie. I mean, I came here as a mountain biker 25 years ago. I got into motorcycling a few years back when I stopped drinking. That's a long story, but anyway, I semi-justify what I do in educating. I mean, I come from a family of recreation. My father was lifelong recreation in Westchester County, New York. My sister in San Diego, California. I mean, it's what I've been brought up doing and in love of the land, you know. So I did start the business more so to do scenic routes and sightseeing and dinosaur tracks. And I get a little mix of everybody. I do get a lot of father and sons. And I tell myself, you know, I should be doing more mountain biking. But the bottom line is these people are going to come here. And I feel that I am offering a platform to teach responsible recreation. And I can tell kids, you know, there's just a small percentage of motorcyclists out there with loud pipes. My bikes are all quiet. I know they would pass in California. There is always going to be that guy at a teenager or young 20s that's got to be loud. If there was some kind of law enforcement out there, it would not take long for word to travel that they were enforcing ordinances. Seeing what's happened on Chicken Corners with the side-by-sides, they're opening up like new air. They're doing the damage. I hate to say it. Is there any, it needs to go to the roots of the companies selling these things that are promoting these vehicles to make our national landscapes racetracks. It's on the commercials. It's like they're going sideways through forests. It's like, I meet people from all over the country and some, I mean, not as much worldly because of course, COVID, but the side-by-sides are destroying everywhere. I mean, they're turning all single tracks in a lot of areas and states in the United States. So I don't know what the answer is, but there is no law enforcement out there. I mean, it is a lawless Western landscape. People say, "Oh, put up fences." I mean, do we want to see fences? I'm just throwing some stuff out there. I mean, it's tough. We're getting busier here, and I understand more people will be coming. I liked Moab quieter. The side-by-sides are the loudest thing. I think the speed limit in town actually has, I live right in the center of town. So in the amphitheater, I'm dead center by the library. I hear it off the canyon walls. It's definitely gotten a lot quieter with the speed reduction in town. So
thank you, David.
I'm done.
Your 3 minutes. Thank you, David. Thank you.
Is that my
very
3
much.
minutes? Okay.
Yes, you've used your 3 minutes. Is
Okay.
there anyone else? Thank you. Anyone else?
I'm here.
Hello?
Can you hear me, Mary?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I know I spoke earlier, but by just listening to some of the comments, and I strongly believe it is education for all users. I just really oppose the letter that you're writing to close our trail systems down to motorized recreation. There are a lot of people out there who have physical disabilities, not always wheelchair bound or things like that, but you do have people that do have health issues, that can't hike, that can't bike. And what you're doing is you're actually eliminating them to enjoy their back country that they pay taxes on also. We have to keep that in mind. Please, I'm just asking you to really think this over. Road closures is not the answer. Education is the answer. And you're using the river and the wildlife is an excuse. And quite frankly, the river, you have Hajo Canyon, you have 10 Mile. Of course, Mineral Bottom, those are only 3 places that have motorized vehicles that come near to any type of recreation as far as river running. And I've run that river for years and years and years. And I know I've told you that. I've motored it, I've floated it, and it has very little use, by the way. Most of your river traffic is from Mineral Canyon down to the confluence with most flat water people. But I'm asking you, since you're writing a letter on behalf of people wanting the road closures, since you say you represent Grand County, I'm asking you to write a letter on my behalf that I don't want road closures. I oppose it. And there are a lot of people that feel the same way I do. So I want you to take that into consideration. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kent. Is there anyone else? Mallory, is that everyone?
That is that's everyone I see right now. Let me just double check and give one last press *6 to unmute if you're on for public comment. And I don't see anybody, Mary.
This is Cliff Kuntz hoping to speak as well.
Oh, okay. Hello, Cliff. 3 minutes. Thank you. Cliff Kuntz.
All righty. Thank you. I'm speaking for Ride with Respect tonight, and I want to point out that I realize a lot of what you're proposing here, and I explained this in a 3-page letter yesterday. It's just asking to be allowed to analyze closures, but in some cases you are saying outright in at least one of the versions of your letters, that you absolutely want to close Dead Cow Loop, for example, and several others, and then particularly in terms of the 30% of the planning area that should be more than a half a mile from any motorized route in map view, that necessitates hundreds of miles of closure. And the reason is, if you imagine an area that's maybe a square mile, like a Sitla section, and it's got a road on all sides of it, but nothing in the Sitla section, well, still you'd have absolutely 0 acres of that Sitla section that qualify as being more than a half mile away. And so, I hope you realize that as written, either one of your letters, it require closing an enormous portion of what's out there beyond the graded roads. And Ride with Respect has been closing roads and trails for a long time as part of our efforts to mitigate impacts, and sometimes closure is the only answer. And we could talk about more even on Dead Cow. There's some things we've done, but more we'd like to do. But there's so many other tools that are highly effective, considering how little of a budget Ride with Respect has had over the years. But things like education, trail work, and a little bit of law enforcement, a little bit more law enforcement than we currently see. It works wonders. It's not millions of dollars. It's not rocket science, but it's going to actually minimize those conflicts with the non-motorized recreation, the sheep, the other resources far more effectively. And so, you know, I don't expect you to be asking the BLM to broaden the scope of their alternatives in the other direction, even though none of the alternatives consider adding even a single mile of motorized route. But at the same time, I feel that all of their alternatives, especially that restrictive one, you know, consider plenty of closures at this stage. And I just hope that our county, considering that it is one of the major beneficiaries, along with the city, in terms of tourism revenue, will consider reinvesting and working with groups like mine to get more state and federal funds to take the more constructive measures. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
This is Linda Hammonds again. I spoke earlier at the 4 o'clock, and I just wanted to reiterate that I hope that when you write the letter to the BLM, you do consider those of us who use the trails for motorized use, and that you look at it from a management standpoint versus a closure standpoint. I agree with the other gentleman who spoke that, you know, these are all of our dollars that go into the public lands, and that management and education and enforcement are very great tools that we can use to make sure that everyone has access, because it's everyone's tax dollars, and it belongs to everyone from New York to Florida to California and Washington, all across the United States. So I would hope that you would advocate for them doing a study that takes that into consideration, and rather than closing stuff, maybe managing stuff better.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. We will move to item P, approving amended prosecutorial assistant and deputy county attorney job descriptions and associated pay plan for the Grand County Attorney's Office. Christina Sloan.
Okay, I'm asking for advanced approval of the grade reassignments and amended job descriptions for the prosecutorial assistants in my position, the deputy county attorney position. I realize this feels annoying since it's only 2 weeks before the budget, but given the holidays, it's really like a 1 month jump on trying to hire these positions. I've had a prosecutorial assistant position open since Dana Lee left, and we've never been able to fill it. And I do believe in large part that's because of the pay. We admittedly didn't try that hard last year because of COVID and the courts locking down. We were able to get by with our current staff. But now that the courts have gone out of the red phase into the yellow, we are completely inundated and have been for about 6 months. So it's really crucial for advertising this position. Right now, our advertisements show this position starting at $17 an hour. And so it's not surprising that no one is applying for this job. And then the deputy county attorney position is a result of converting the proposed paralegal 3, which is where Emily Butterfield has been, and she is moving to a different county department. And so she provides, she is our rock star in the office. She is a lot, the legs and the arms of the office getting stuff done. So it's a huge loss. She's moving over to the justice court, but it is an opportunity. She's doing the work of an attorney, and it's an opportunity to move from a paralegal position to a deputy county attorney. So these, nothing about this has changed since the budget workshop and the figures you guys have seen. This is supported by Chris doing it now to try to get these positions open before the holiday. The prosecutorial assistant impact for this year is very minor, and I do have that in my budget since I've been understaffed all year. The deputy county attorney would not be filled until January, so there'd be no budget impact now, and it is included in the 2022 budget.
Thank you, Christina. Questions? Do I have a motion? Yes,
I can make a
Kevin?
motion.
Yes.
I move to approve the amended Grand County Attorney's Office prosecutorial assistant and deputy county attorney job descriptions and associated pay plan in relevant part.
Thank you, Kevin. Do I have a second? Thank you, Gabriel. Motion by Kevin, seconded by Gabriel. Discussion?
I guess I'm just trying to understand. So we're going to have a public hearing starting tonight regarding, the proposed budget for next year. Is that correct? And so I'm just wondering, like, are we passing a resolution to then just solidify that deputy county attorney's pay for next year without it going through the public process?
Well, you're approving it.
Yeah, go ahead, Chrissy.
It's a good question. And what you're doing now is approving the job description.
Okay.
At the amounts that you've seen in the budget. So you guys need to feel good about approving these positions in my budget for sure. One option, we haven't received any written comment on our budget. That doesn't mean we won't receive comment during the public hearing, of course. You could also postpone this until afterwards if you're not sure how comfortable you are with those numbers. But given the commission's support in the budget hearing workshop, we decided, or the budget workshop, I have support to go ahead and ask for this now.
And it's my impression that if for some reason the approved budget was different, it might be a little bit awkward, but it probably wouldn't be too late to change course on the.
Right. I mean, especially with the deputy county attorney, given the holidays, it's not realistic that I'm going to find anyone, even get through interviews by the end of the year. But this will at least open it up and we can start seeing who's out there and start promoting the job, which can take a lot of time. I actually work with all the law schools in the whole region when I promote these attorney positions. I work with the state AG's office, the Utah Prosecution Council. So all that takes a lot of time to rally interest. So, I don't expect to make an offer even before January, but helps me get started on it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions or discussion?
I was just going to say that it seems like when we discussed this at the budget workshop, it was not controversial. So, I think it is pretty reasonable to try to move things up a month just so we can get an early start.
I do too. Any further? All in favor? Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. Boy, it's a unanimous vote so far. Approving redistricting map for grant, passed unanimously. Did I tell you that, Quinn? Approving redistricting map for the Grand County voting districts. Kevin Walker.
Sorry, I was muted. Let me attempt to share the correct window. Okay, so we've discussed district maps in a couple of workshops, and at this point we have narrowed it down to 2 plans. Actually, first, maybe I should go through some of the stuff that's in the agenda summary. So, this is something we have to do every 10 years. In Grand County, actually, we haven't done it for 30 years. So our current districts have, very severe problems, but we are going to be fixing those soon. We've done quite a bit of public outreach. Amongst the things are, participating in panels sponsored by the League of Women Voters and KZMU. Getting articles on radio, stories on the radio and articles in the newspaper. We've set up a public redistricting portal site where anyone can either look at submitted maps and comment or submit their own maps. We've also, in addition to just the usual public noticing, I've just reached out personally to people who expressed interest in redistricting in the past. So party leaders, League of Women Voters, members of the Form of Government Study Committee, and we have had a couple of workshops. So I just want to emphasize that there's been been a lot of local publicity and outreach for this project. And so in the 2 workshops, we looked at quite a few plans. Some of the issues we've discussed at the workshops are, a big one is population balance. We want the populations to be approximately equal, but, letting us deviate a few percent from that allows us to accomplish other things as well. When working on population balance, we might want to take into account future population growth, where we anticipate it being. Drawing district lines that are easy for people to understand, so on major roads like Highway 191 or 400 East, or in areas that tend not to split neighborhoods like Pack Creek. We've tried to avoid splitting neighborhoods. We've talked about other communities of interest, determined by income or race perhaps. We've talked about the municipal unincorporated boundary and how those two constituencies are affected very differently by county planning and zoning actions. And so it might make sense to try to draw boundaries that don't dilute the influence of people in the unincorporated part of the county. We had a lot of discussion about how the outlying areas, Castle Valley is the big outlying area, and then Thompson is the small outlying area. The areas around Green River, the very small outlying areas, and just how they should be grouped with other districts. And just, various ways of splitting Spanish Valley. So that's some of the things that have been discussed in detail at the workshops. Let me now. So hopefully you can see my screen, and this is the our redistricting website. We narrowed it down to two plans, this one called the Contiguous Neighborhood Plan and this one called Rural Zones Divided. They're in Spanish Valley, they're relatively similar, though there are some small important differences, but then of course the big differences, which is visible zoomed out, is that this one puts all the outlying areas together with Eastern Spanish Valley, whereas this one puts Castle Valley with Eastern Spanish Valley, but Green River and Thompson areas get grouped with different districts, which are mostly in downtown Moab. I think I'm going to now, so at the workshop, we narrowed it down to those two plans, but we also talked about some modifications we might want to make that involve splitting census blocks, which is something we can't conveniently do on the map. So, but I've got some maps in the packet that kind of show that, which I think follow things we discussed then. And I focused on the contiguous neighborhoods plan because it seemed like that was the one that had the most support. And it actually takes a lot of time to draw these maps, so I didn't put as much effort into the other one, but there's still a chance if people decide that the Rural Zones Divided plan is the way we want to go. We can make similar modifications there, but let me go over for the contiguous neighborhoods plan. Actually, first let me pause to see if there's any comments or questions before I drone on further.
Just a quick question for you, Kevin. It's something that I've talked to you about. Can you, just for the general public, describe or who developed the website that you used to build the maps?
Sure, that's developed by a group called MGGG, which is a group out of Tufts University, and they're sort of nationally known redistricting consultants. So they're handling redistricting for the entire state of Michigan, and they've done work on other states as well. So it's one of the top, they're one of the top consultants and software vendors for this sort of thing.
Thank you.
Okay, so now I'm going to share my view of the packet. This is just some of the things I just said. I'll come back to these two items in a moment. So this is the contiguous neighborhoods plan. Here's the population balance. And so one thing you'll notice here, this is Sarah's draft, and one thing that she did, which I think is a good idea, she made the two Spanish Valley districts, which are 1 and 5 in this numbering, have a little bit lower population, and that's because we anticipate more population growth there. So we expect these populations to be equaled out or maybe even, reversed within the next 10 years. I do want to remind people that having a district with lower population means more influence per voter in that district. So if you wind up in a district with low population, you should feel happy because you're more likely to influence the outcome of the election in your district. You'll see that this district number 2, the yellow district, has a little bit larger, but that will be affected by the sub-census block modifications. So here we are looking at it in Spanish Valley. And one thing we want to check is, are we splitting up neighborhoods in ways that could be avoided? And I think this map does a really surprisingly good job of not doing that. So if we, the boundary lines, we've got Highway 191 along here, 400 West, no, 500 West, Cane Creek Boulevard. This could probably be extended. I think the proposal is actually to extend it 191 along here. This area where my cursor is actually doesn't have any population. It's commercial. 400 East. And then with the map as presented, there's a problem here along 200 North. So that does put people on different sides of the street and 200 North in different districts. But the proposal is to actually move this line up slightly to take those people in, which would reduce the yellow district's population a little bit. These lines are, following city boundaries in some places, but in any case, this is an unpopulated area. So these sort of arbitrary straight lines are not splitting any neighborhoods. We've got, probably this boundary should be changed to be the Sandflats Road rather than the straight line. Though again, since no one's living in this area at the moment, I don't think it makes much difference. We've got Mill Creek Drive along here. And then it transitions to Pat Creek, this wiggly line. This line actually is a little bit problematic. It splits the Jackson, I believe that's Jackson Street, neighborhood a little bit. And so there's a proposal, which I'll discuss in a minute, to extend the red district to the west a little bit to avoid that split. And I think that's about it. I think I've discussed every sort of populated dividing line in this map. Okay, so what are some of these changes? One that I already mentioned, so this is 200 North, and the idea is to draw a line pretty much going along the property lines. It's more complicated than this, but if you access your house off of 200 North, you would be in the blue-green district, and if you're access it off of 300 North, then that would be in the yellow district. This area, this is unpopulated, but I think sort of Cane Creek Drive is an easier to understand boundary than Pat Creek, and it doesn't make any difference for population. In the Holyoke neighborhood, we spent a lot of time trying to not split that neighborhood. It just seemed to be the neighborhood that naturally got carved up when people were drawing maps. And we ended up taking Holyoke Lane as the dividing line. And the way it's drawn on the website, it's Sage Drive and Holyoke Lane, which of course is the place where most people drive. This area, this crosshatched area has, I don't think there's anything residential in there. Anyway, the proposal is to extend this line along Holyoke and then connect to the highway here and incorporate this into the red district just to make the boundary a little bit easier to describe and understand. This interface, the census blocks forced us to use this really crazy dividing line between yellow and blue. It doesn't make any difference. This is out in the Sandflats area near the Slick Rock Trail. No one lives here. And so I'm proposing to just use the river up to here and then a straight line down to this as a kind of cleaner, more easy to understand boundary. Right now, I think the map on the website uses Pritchett Canyon Jeep Trail as a boundary. And I'm just proposing, again, no one's living in here. We could just continue to use the river. So everything south of the river and west of Moab is in the yellow district. And And then one other change that Sarah pointed out after the packet was prepared is adding, I would say, these 2 census blocks to the red district. This one has 0 population. This has about 26 people, I think. But this dividing line here is Jackson Street. And so there's a small number of people who live here. And I think they're more naturally grouped with the rest of this Jackson Street neighborhood rather than with the Mountain View area. So that's it for describing that plan. Anybody have any other comments or questions?
Hey, Kevin, this is Chris Barrett.
Okay, Chris, you're a little soft, but I can hear you just barely.
Can you hear me better now? Maybe.
Oh, it's the same.
All right. Well, I'm trying to talk to myself right now. What's that?
You sound like you're underwater.
I'm having all kinds of audio problems, but I would just say that to the greatest extent possible, having these commission boundaries match other boundaries is going to create fewer iterations of ballots. Every time where you have a different juxtapositions of districts, you have to create a whole new ballot for those juxtaposition of districts. And so I'm not trying to propose that don't follow your intentions here, but every opportunity you have, if it doesn't make a difference, to match boundaries with the state, the federal, and the municipal boundaries, that's going to be fewer permutations of ballots that are going to have to be generated. I'm not clerk anymore, so it's not going to hit me, but who's ever running the elections, we've already got, I think, 18 different ballot forms, and that's with the voting precincts matching exactly with the commission districts. So anyway,
yeah, so I can address that a little bit. I mean, you mentioned, so fortunately, you mentioned, federal and state boundaries. We don't have to worry about those. Grand County is not split in congressional districts or state house districts or state school board districts or state senate districts. So we're whole that way. So the only other boundary to worry about is the Moab municipal boundary. And that's a pretty crazy boundary. So let's look at it in the south. We've got these little islands of unincorporated area floating inside. So, so obviously around here, we can't just follow the municipal boundary. We can follow it in little small places, but we can't just follow it generally. Similarly, on the west side of town, it's pretty squirrely. But what we have done, one of the modifications I just mentioned was moving a boundary that was right here to be more like this, actually following the city line exactly. So that was one small cleanup. We tried hard, and actually we might want to, now that I'm looking at it, I was going to say that the 2 Spanish Valley districts don't intersect Moab City, but I guess with this extension into, they've got this blob out here in USU, so I guess they do, even though I don't think anyone's living here right now. So we've tried to do that separation, but with a boundary like this, you can only go so far in keeping that clean.
Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking, along the lines of this straight line, that you're using instead of sand flats. I guess that's sort of an instance where using the straight line, which is the municipal boundary, may actually, be preferable to using sand flats. But I'm just bringing it up just so you're, I think you're already aware. And the municipal boundaries are very odd. And so it's probably not possible to follow them. And so that's good that the state and federal boundaries were not split, so we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, and I have had a preliminary meeting with Quinn and Jana to discuss, precinct issues and the boundaries. And maybe we could, the motion we pass tonight, which is not going to be, I think, our official motion, is just sort of giving instructions for drafting the official motion. Perhaps if Quinn and Jana and I notice other opportunities to, eliminate some of those bad intersections without changing the intent of the map, we could make those small corrections.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Could you speak a little more about the school board district boundaries extending in San Juan County?
Thanks. Yeah, so for a very long time, kids in, I'll call it South Spanish Valley, south of the county line, have gone to Grand County schools. And starting roughly 10 years ago, I don't know the exact date, the school board was actually officially extended, which means that, the parents of kids who live in South Spanish Valley get to vote for Grand County School Board. Since there are 5 school board districts and 5 commission seats, we were planning on using the same district boundaries for our local school board districts and also our commission seats. Our current commission boundaries, I think, were originally school board boundaries that got adopted as commission district boundaries back in the early 90s with the change of form of government. But there's a little wrinkle that the school boundaries, at least in the southern part of the county, have to be a little bit bigger. They have to extend into San Juan County. So this creates a population balance issue, because that's about, the census population of that portion of San Juan County is, I think, a little over 500. Our average district population is, between 1,900 and 2,000. So that's pretty significant. Fortunately, both these maps split Spanish Valley along east and west lines, which makes it very convenient that when we extend into San Juan County, we can add those 500 people to 2 different districts instead of lumping them all in one. And that'll keep our population balance for the school districts a little bit closer to the ideal balance. A second wrinkle is that these maps are going to be, just to be safe, we need to get the San Juan County Commission to approve them as well, because part of this is in San Juan County. And I've talked with the county administrator in San Juan County, and they seem happy to do that. And I guess the last thing we haven't talked about yet, actually, did that answer your question, Evan, about school board districts? Good. How does this affect sitting members? So what I've written, I wrote down what I was calling the transition plan in the notes, but it might be totally unnecessary. I know for school board districts, at least, this is what happens by default according to state code. I don't know that there's anything in state code that refers to other district boundaries, because when a lot of that code was written, the typical county didn't have commission districts. So state code tends to be written as if all seats are at large. But I think what we're proposing to do is everybody serves out their term. And then when it comes time to run for re-election, then you've got to deal with the new map. This will inevitably affect, we've got right now four people living in what I'll call downtown Moab area, but we only have 3 districts there. So there's bound to be some overlap. And in fact, Gabe and Jacques end up in the same district. And I think every single map that got submitted, even though I think every single one of those maps was drawn without keeping commissioner residences involved. So that does, I think the only sort of non-obvious thing about the transition is that this new district, which contains both Jacques and Gabe, we'll probably call Jacques the sitting member, because he was elected to a 4-year term, and Gabe was only elected to a 2-year term. And so that, but I think even if we didn't put anything in the resolution about that issue, my guess, based on some early research from the county attorney, is that that's probably how it would work out. And that's certainly how it would happen if we were talking about school board seats rather than commission seats. So it turns out that all 5 of the sitting school board members are in 5 different districts, so that they don't have that issue.
So we're feeling pretty confident that this change in terms of the Wojtek Hadler conflict, that it wouldn't unexpectedly trigger some need for Jacques to run again, for instance.
I don't think so. Now it is true that recently there was redistricting in San Juan County as a result of a court case, and all their commissioners did have to run again, all 3 of them in 2018. But that was because a judge ordered it. That wasn't because of anything that's in Utah State Code. I haven't discovered anything in state code that would say we have to do that. Christina hasn't either. So, and there is a part of state code that addresses exactly that issue for local school board districts, and they say it, works out the way that we're specifying here.
Yeah, that's what's interesting. And Kevin's initial legal review was focused on school board questions. So that's where I focused my attention today before today's meeting. But it's expressed there that a redistricting cannot force someone to lose their seat during their term. And that if they can't be assigned to a district, then they will serve their remaining term as an at-large elected. And Kevin and I can't find that same provision as to, commissioners, but it would flow that it's there. I want to do some more research. And there's certainly nothing in the general election code that contradicts the express language that's applicable to the school district board members.
Yeah. So I think, so if we approve a map tonight, I think what happens is we still have to draw precinct boundaries, and there are various, restrictions there, like, a maximum size of a precinct. And so this will actually come back to us again in our second meeting in December with all the I's dotted and T's crossed and official map and things like that. But I think our goal this evening is to make all the substantive decisions. And so that what we do 2 weeks hence is just a formality.
I could make a motion.
Okay.
We're ready for that.
Yes.
Well, I would move to adopt the contiguous neighborhoods map as the Grand County Commission districts. And these districts will also serve as voter participation areas in local school board districts with the outlined modifications that are in the packet, as well as including the west side, the west side of Jackson Street in the same district as the east side, and following city boundaries there. And then I also move, part of this is to adopt the assignment of sitting members to new districts as described in the packet, and also adopt precincts as described in the packet.
Actually, you should leave that one off. Sorry.
Oh, okay. We're dealing with precincts next time.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that clear, Quinn? That motion, or do you want her to repeat it?
It's clear enough. I got something. I've got it essentially. So.
Okay, thank you. Motion by Sarah. Do we have a second? Seconded by Trish. Discussion.
I just want to say thank you, Sarah and Kevin, for the amount of work you guys have done on this. It's a big deal, and I know it's a big deal, and I really appreciate it.
And the dedication you took to doing it right, and recognizing neighborhoods, and the whole process I have felt good about. Reaching out to the public, giving the public the opportunity to, and we had public members, put in some really great maps. In fact, we've used a lot of the ideas that they've presented. So yes, thank you, Kevin, from the very beginning, because you got us started on this in a timely fashion. I think some of us, it wasn't on our radar, and I really appreciate all the effort you've put into it, and Sarah and everyone. So thank you.
I think both of the finalists are, pretty good options. But I would say that I agree with the motion in the contiguous neighborhoods is the preference. We've been looking at a lot of criteria for selecting the best map, and I just think in sort of as far as being the most intelligible, putting that Eastern Spanish Valley with all of the outlying areas of the county, I think is just the most straightforward and easy to understand for residents. And I think that tips the scale, in my opinion.
Yeah, I also, if everything else were equal, I would probably lean toward having the outlying parts of the county split into different districts. But there were a lot of maps drawn that did that, including some by me, and none of them managed to, there was always repercussions in Spanish Valley because of population balance issues. So despite a lot of attempts, we didn't manage to come up with a map that did a good job of inside Spanish Valley and also in the split up the outside area. So I feel good about going with the contiguous neighborhoods map.
Any further discussion? I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion? Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. And that motion was by, wasn't that by you, Sarah? And who seconded that? I forgot.
Trish did.
Okay, I didn't get that put down. Okay, we are to item R, approving correspondence to the Bureau of Land Management and Bureau of Land Management, BOM, regarding the BOM's Labyrinth Canyon Gemini Bridges Travel Management Plan. Commissioner Walker.
I'll present on that.
Yeah, that was on this print in the agenda.
I thought so. I was going that. Okay, so thank you. I just read it. Go ahead, Sarah.
So in the packet tonight, we have 2 letters proposed for the BLM. One is regarding, we had the ability to look at their draft EA and comment on that. And then the other one is a list of specific route recommendations and a map that we hope would be included in their analysis of the travel management plan up on Gemini Bridges and Labyrinth Canyon. And so Grand County is a cooperating agency, and as such, I feel it's our responsibility to identify these areas where there's especially strong user conflicts. And I know a lot of people commented tonight who are 4-wheel drive enthusiasts saying there's no user conflicts, but we're hearing otherwise from the hiking, backcountry, river users, and others who are out there. So one of the letters specifically talks about the draft EA and how they should take a better look at those user conflicts. And then the other one is the route recommendations, which Jacques and Kevin and I worked on. And what we did, we're not recommending sweeping closures across the landscape. We're recommending that the BLM look at different areas for different focus areas and allow for other sorts of recreation to take place there unimpeded by motorized noise. So we took small areas where biking was the main use, like the Mag 7 trail, and said, well, wouldn't that be nice if they didn't have to be passed by a UTV going 30 miles per hour or whatever. So there's certain biking areas that we focused on, and then backcountry hiking areas also. And if you look at the map, or maybe, I don't know if we want to bring it up, we're open to questions. And I guess what I want to say is that this is a really good opportunity. So the travel management plan only happens once every 10 years or so. And this is an opportunity for the BLM to look at the variety of user groups in the backcountry and close some redundant routes. So yeah, and also I just want to say that the no net loss rhetoric that's coming from special interest groups like Red with Respect and others who are off-road enthusiasts, it really isn't going to fly moving into the future. We have more and more users on our public lands, and also there are bigger impacts that go beyond user conflicts. And one of those impacts is the continued aridification of the desert, coupled with increasing motorized use even on trails, is kicking up so much dust that it's landing on our snow in the mountains and melting our water supply earlier and earlier every year. And as commissioners, as county leaders, we need to be able to look at the variety of impacts across the landscape and make decisions based on that. And I hope that in the future, comments coming in from folks talk about specific routes and the specific things that we can change in our recommendations, and not just this notion of no net loss. So I don't know where we want to go from here. Are there questions?
My first question, Sarah, is when is this recommendation due, or when do we need to turn these letters in by?
That's a good question. We don't have like a date, and that's part
Actually,
of the.
we do have a date. It's like December 10th or something. They wanted. So very soon is the answer.
Yeah, and that was part of it. It was like we had a short time frame to respond to these draft maps and come up with and the county isn't driving the public process here. We're just contributing to it. So that's why we haven't done massive outreach. We haven't facilitated that process. Like everyone is able to comment to the BLM.
Right. I mean, that I guess was going to somewhat be my recommendation if that deadline was a little farther out, is we don't want to alienate people that want to have collaboration, right? And we also don't want to act like we are specialists in this field, because we're not. And so it's great to have that feedback and input from a variety of different stakeholders and user groups, so that we have a deep understanding of all of those users and what they're doing, where they're going, their impacts, et cetera, and so on. So I guess to me, reading comments today, that really resonated, that people feel alienated, right, out of that process. And I agree with you. They can send their own letters in, they could make their own public comment, but we are representing Grand County. And so, we want to make sure that we are, to the best of our ability, taking care of our environment, but also representing our constituents. So just,
one thing in response to that, Trish, is oh my gosh, I just totally blanked. Sorry.
Well, I can say something in response. One thing I wanted to point out is that I think the sort of specific things that are in this letter are very much consistent with letters that we sent in the past, and we're going to be commenting to the BLM on these sorts of issues many times over the next few years, and we don't want to have the debate starting from ground zero every single time there's a motion. And so we did try to stay within things outlined in like the county vision statement and the county's first letter to the BLM and Labyrinth. And the BLM just asked us to get more specific, and that's what one of these two letters does. I think the other thing I want to point out, I know all of us have lived in Grand County pretty long. For me, it's a little over 30 years, and there were sort of exactly these same debates 30 years ago. It's been going on a long time, and it goes on all over the country. And it's like, with taxes, we all agree that maybe changes need to be made, but no one thinks that their particular taxes should be raised. That there's just that, people look very myopically at the piece of the puzzle that affects them most directly, which is really understandable. Same thing with public lands debates. And I think the part of the letter that deals with buffers is an attempt to get around that. So how do we, we might just assume that whatever happens to be on the travel map now is perfect. And so going reducing trail mileage by any amount is some terrible, attack on motorized trail users. That seemed to be what some of the commenters said, but I think we can do better than just saying, rah trails or boo trails. We can look at what percentage of the landscape is, really close to a trail, is accessible to a trail, and what percentage of it is out of earshot of a trail, and then we can, that does seem like a fair allocation. What the county put in the original letter was we were hoping that 15%, which is pretty small, that's like 1/6, is more than a mile, which is still within earshot, more than a mile for trail, and 30% would be more than half a mile from a trail. I think that's pretty reasonable, and I think Cliff was pointing out that, well, if we go with that, that's going to mean closing a lot of trails, and the conclusion is, yeah, we started out with too many trails. We don't start with the present trail network and then that tells us what a fair allocation is. I think currently it's maybe 3% of the area is more than a mile from, I forget the figures that are in the EA, but I think it's in one of the letters. So I think we have, I certainly recognize that there's a really big diversity of recreational users in our county, and we want all those people to continue to have opportunities in the future, but that's not going to happen just automatically because use levels are increasing. And the more people there are, the more users there are, the more rules and segregation you need to have. And that's true for local P&Z, and I think it's also true in the backcountry. So I think we've made a good effort to strike a balance between the different user groups. So.
I remembered what my comment was. I agree with you, Trish, that we're not necessarily experts at the county, that it's not our career to analyze the use on public lands. But based on how the process is working with the BLM and how they responded to our request to analyze the landscape and do what Kevin is talking about, they came back and said, can you give us some specific routes that we could include in one of the alternatives so that then they can analyze it. So that's why we got so specific, with the hope of having certain zones where people could have a backcountry experience in a canyon bottom that didn't also have a road in it. And yeah, it was in response to the BLM's request.
Yes, they did ask us to be a little more specific on what we meant, and that was reached through this process. And I know in my own family, I have family members who love to take their dirt bikes out and ride on the trails. And, at this point, they're not really happy with me for thinking that it's appropriate to shut down or close some roads. But at the same time, when you look at that map, there's a road almost everywhere. I mean, it is, until you look at how many roads are in this area, it's hard to fathom. And it reminds me a little bit of a debate on responsible gun ownership, is that it's like you have that group that just like, there is no compromise. You will not change anything, is because you are taking away, and I can't look at it that way. I need to look at it in a holistic way, like when we talked about the need to look at what's happening with the dust. That is crucial. It has nothing to do with the roads in a sense, but it does. Our global warming and protecting the letter we sent saying we support keeping so much land in wilderness, and protecting it is protecting our environment. It's taking care of our future generations. And I think when you're elected to an office, your job is not just to listen to what the public wants. That is an important, a big part of our job, but our job is also to look beyond that and look at what our future holds and study and find ways that we can protect and make sure that the generations beyond us has some type of water, that they can live here so they can ride on the roads. If we destroy our water system, that's not going to happen. So yes, I heard, and and I respect Kent, I respect that, but I think the times you have to let go of something you really like in order to give to protecting what's going to happen in the future. And that's a lot of the reasons why I am supporting these letters.
I just want to make a couple quick comments, and I think they're pertinent, maybe not, but just a couple quick things. It's interesting because I'm a TA in a class right now called Living with Wildlife at Utah State. And this week's curriculum was based on motorized and non-motorized effects on wildlife. And basically the research shows that, non-motorized use has a ton of effects and sometimes more detrimental effects. So I want to point that out, that at least to me, I don't want to just attack motorized use. I want to acknowledge that we're all users and we all have impacts on these lands, period. I do a sport where we drill bolts into a wall and we leave them there and everybody has to look at them all the time, so that's a fairly large impact. So I guess I just want to kind of acknowledge that, like, we're all in it, we're all users, and we all have impact on these lands. And specifically in this case, I'm super sensitive to wildlife and water and habitat and all of that. But I also want to acknowledge that the Federal Land Policy and Management Act of 1976 mandates the BLM to a multi-use mandate. And so we need to acknowledge that those lands are, set out and mandated to be used by all for multiple, purposes. And some you can agree with, some you're not going to agree with, but you need to understand that is policy for the BLM. So just a couple of quick statements. I'm not, opposed to what we're doing tonight. I just kind of want to acknowledge the larger picture also.
And Trish, I really appreciate that. I think it's a good, what you just said was very valuable and I appreciate it. Thank you.
I wanted to emphasize another aspect. That this is emphasized in the letter, but it's worth emphasizing again. This letter does, it's giving a list of routes that we think should be studied for closure in at least one alternative. And the way BLM works, they have a no action alternative, which in this case means leave everything open. So that's in their range of alternatives. And then they have alternatives B, C, and D, which have increasing amounts of closure. But after these alternatives come out, and if a member of the public says, hey, there's something you didn't consider in any of these alternatives, maybe you ought to consider closing that. The BLM is going to say, and they've made this very clear to us, that no, too late. We didn't study it. It's not part of this. So this is keeping options open. So to me, that makes the decision very much easier about this. I think we're going to have to go through this again when we, if we choose, which as I expect we will, to weigh in with the BLM on what we think the actual final decision should be. This is after the EA becomes public and stuff. And that's somehow, the real comments. And this is just saying, we want to make the range of alternatives you look at wide enough that that any reasonable thing the BLM might want to do is something they've studied and a decision they're able to make. And I think almost every one of these routes that's on the list is something that a lot of people, I know, there's a lot of debate. And to me, that means, okay, you should study it. If there's a lot of people thinking a route should be open and a lot of people also think it should be closed, the conclusion is, okay, there should be one alternative where it's open and one alternative where it's closed, and then make a decision. And that's really all we're asking for here.
Yeah, I would like to echo what Kevin was just highlighting. I personally don't support all of these closures. I don't go out driving for driving's sake, but I like to access different areas for non-motorized recreation. And a lot of times, whether I'm getting to a boat ramp or getting below a windgate layer or driving through different areas, I appreciate access. it's a little frustrating to me in the way that this is done. I think that I would appreciate the ability to kind of design routes. So rather than relying on these old seismic roads that were just kind of left on the landscape that have a lot of dead ends, if there was a way to kind of create routes so that there was loops and there wasn't back traffic and things like that. But I don't think we need to figure that all out tonight. And like Kevin's saying, it's having a lot of options out there. And I was around when we created the Motorized Trails Committee. We were looking for a voice to kind of advise this body. And I think that was really one of the things that I had in mind at that time was improving single track opportunities for the motorized community. I think we're going to see more e-bikes coming online, and I'd like to see routes available to them. And to the idea that that we're not listening to the Motorized Trails community, or the committee, I feel bad about that. And but to this point that it was kind of a quick thing, and one of the options is do nothing. One of the options that the BLM is putting out there is leave everything alone and leave it the way it is. And so that I feel that represents a lot of the desires that we heard from a large portion of the group this evening and in emails. And so we're not, or I myself tonight am not arguing against that option at this point. I just would like to see more options available for consideration besides what we've seen so far.
I want to thank all the we got a ton of comments on this today and yesterday in our inboxes, and I read through all of them. The motorized community came through, and some of the letters that we got were very well written, and they were all actual letters and not just cut and paste form letters, which is nice. And like Evan, I don't agree. I worked on this a little bit with Sarah and Kevin. I personally don't agree with all the closures either, in particular Gold Bar Rim, but some of the others. But it is a BLM process, and I'll be writing my own letter to the BLM as well. I think the option is necessary. Something else I wanted to talk about was conflict. A lot of the letters talked about how people hadn't seen any particular conflict with users. And I think conflict is a little bit misinterpreted. I think it's conflict isn't necessarily confrontation. And just because you're in a vehicle or a mountain bike or whatever, and you don't actually have a confrontation with someone from another user group, doesn't mean that there's not conflict. Such as when sorry, I muted myself. Such as when, got it. Such as when river users are going down the river, and they have a couple days of peace and quiet, and then they start hearing ATVs. They're not necessarily going to have a confrontation with the ATVs, but it's definitely a conflict, and it's impactful on those river users. So I think it needs to be noted that there's definitely a difference there. Thanks.
Yeah, I could say I also thought that some of the commenters were misinterpreting what was meant by user conflict. Just from personal experience, I mean, a lot of the, what are today very crowded Jeep trails used to be my favorite weekend running trails. And that was, going and running a loop on Poison Spider Mesa or something it was a good thing to do. And you would certainly see tire tracks and the occasional Jeep, but there weren't so many Jeeps there that it prevented it from being in some sense a multiple use trail that all users could enjoy at the same time on the same day. But the use is much, much greater now. And so I think the people on Poison Spider now, they might say, well, I didn't see anyone running there. Well, of course you didn't, because the people who used to run there now have been driven ever further into the backcountry to avoid the increased numbers there. Similarly, conflicts along Gold Bar Rim, it's not, getting into some traffic accident with a bicyclist, is that the sound from motorcycles carries all the way down to the river. And so people hiking to Gold Barge and things like that. On the weekend, you're just listening to, loud engines most of the time, which for the most part are not the full-size vehicles, which is why, the letter makes that distinction. So, and I could go on and on with, specific examples about this, but I think it is a really big issue. I hear about it from people who live here. I also hear about it from tourists who just recently an email from someone who did the Green River for the first time in maybe 10 years. And they said there was only one day that they weren't hearing motors on the Green River. So and the point is, all of those conflicts are things you wouldn't notice if you were in a Jeep driving the trail. So.
Any further discussion? Call for a vote?
I don't think we have a motion, actually.
Oh, we don't?
Yeah, we need a motion first.
We didn't. I was thinking Sarah made a motion. Okay. There's no further questions. I guess
So,
I thought we were in
I'll make the
discussion.
motion
We have a
unless
motion.
someone else wants to.
Go ahead, Kevin.
I just, one other point of, or discussion, I guess, to the drafters of the letter. Do you think the amount, I appreciate that the BLM was asking for specifics, and I really appreciate the work that went into delivering those specifics. Do you think the amount that is included is worthwhile, or do you think it's worth kind of like highlighting a select few to include?
If you mean like an amount of routes, I think this still doesn't, because we didn't want to recommend for closure routes that we weren't personally familiar with. And so I think a lot of the area, especially in the north, there aren't a whole lot of recommendations. So I think this still falls pretty far short of that, 15%/30% goal that we initially were hoping the BLM would do. So, if we have more time, the list will be longer, I think, but it's a relatively short list because we wanted to be, careful and not just pick routes just based only on the map. So.
Yeah, I also think one thing that like Dave Lohner brought up was that there are other options towards management of areas where there are conflict besides just closing a route. And I agree. But I think the county highlighting these areas that are problematic, that we recommend closure for various user conflicts, it sends the BLM a message that there is a conflict there and a management choice needs to be made. And so, I think that there are other options, out there, but that's the BLM jobs, the professionals in the field to come up with these alternative options, like for dead cow or whatever people are specifically talking about. But Evan, to your question about do we highlight routes that we really care about here? I think we just send the map as is, and I tried to highlight in the list of route recommendations kind of like certain ones with more descriptions on them were things that I was hearing more from the public about and personally care more about. But I don't know. Yeah. I don't necessarily want to say these are important, but these ones aren't, because I think that they're all important, and it's the cumulative effect and that I think is important.
And that also reminds me, do you think it's worth mentioning something like exploring a permit option? I know that what the Park Service has done on the White Rim has done a really good job of, preserving that off-road experience and a wilderness feeling. And there's multiple use between hikers and climbers and motorcycles and mountain bikes. And do you think this is the place to recommend exploring those?
I think those are good ideas. And I think we've, in other contexts, we have asked the BLM to start looking at that, and we should probably ask them again, because I don't think anything's happened since the last time we asked them. But the scope of this decision is just every route's going to be, either open or limited or closed. That's what they're doing. They're not doing anything beyond that in this particular planning process.
Okay.
I also, Evan, think that's a great thing to pursue. I think there's some good ideas there with permitting as well.
Yeah, no, I strongly agree with what you're saying, but unfortunately, this is not the place. So I'll go ahead and make the motion. I move to approve the attached letters, list of route recommendations, and map for submittal to the BLM to be incorporated into the new draft alternative maps for the Labyrinth Canyon Gemini Bridges Travel Management Plan.
Motion by Kevin. Do we have a second? Seconded by Sarah. Any further discussion? I call for a vote. All in favor of sending the letters to the BOM? All opposed? Passes 6-1 with Gabriel voting in opposition.
No, I voted in favor. Sorry.
Oh, you were just late. I'm sorry. I thought, oh, I'll have to call you. Fine. But yeah, okay, your hand came up when I said opposition. So, okay, so that changed that. It passed unanimously. Approving proposed ordinance establishing the 2022 county consolidation fee schedule and appeal and replacing ordinance number 636. Mallory.
Okay, I'm doing the phone computer thing, so if I'm breaking up or the timing's off, let me know. But this is our annual fee schedule, and there are actually very few changes this year that are proposed. I think they're pretty straightforward with the exception of OSTA, which Andrea was able to explain earlier. So I would say the only thing lingering is to make sure, Evan, I can't recall what you brought up with Star Hall, and I did speak with maintenance about it, and this was, goodness, this summer. So there was a reason for, I think it's something tied to staff time and various options for reducing that fee, but I would add that we can also amend this at any time. And so we could postpone today and I could get that information and make any necessary changes. But there are also some changes that I would like to see in the coming months for some departments that really haven't updated their fees in quite a while and maybe haven't had that close attention to those fees. So are there any items that I can dive into with the justifications or speak out after this?
Questions? Okay, if there's no questions, I would entertain a motion.
I'll make that motion. I move to approve the ordinance to establish the 2022 consolidated fee schedule and repeal and replace ordinance 636 with Sand Flats recreational area fees conditional on the Bureau of Land Management's approval.
Thank you. Jacques, do I have a second? Seconded by Sarah. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion? Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. We are to consent agenda.
Sorry, Mary, if I may quickly just add something for transparency,
Yes,
and so you all are aware. This doesn't take effect until the first publication of the Times Independent for 2022. And I believe that that's January 6th or 7th. So in the meantime, the fees will stay as is. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. We are to consent.
And just sorry. Sorry,
Yes,
I was
sir.
just going to say on top of that, as was explained in the packet, the proposed fee changes to Sand Flats has to go through an approval process with the BLM as well. So that obviously would take some time as well.
Consent agenda. Ratifying chair's signature on a Federal Aviation Administrative Grant number 41 for the airport. Ratifying the chair's signature on a letter of support for a grant for the Moab Mosquito Abatement District from the Western Integrated Pest Management Center. Ratifying chair's signature on an easement from Sitla for the emergency berm north of Stock Road for flooding prevention. Fee due to Sitla is $1,060. Approving the purchase of a field conditioner from Intermountain Farmers Association for the Old Spanish Trail Arena baseball fields. Approving renewal of Google Workspace services, office services, excuse me. Approving purchase for network infrastructure upgrade. Approving letter of support for extending Utah State University Business Package Grant in Grand County. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as read?
So moved.
Motion by Kevin. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Jacques. Thank you. Discussion?
Hey, just a quick comment. I'm sorry maybe Jacques knows this answer. Do you know what kind of grass they have out there in those ball fields? It's always killed me. Those ball fields have slowly killed me. Do you know?
I actually do not know.
Anyways, I'm all about, ball fields for kids. Don't get me wrong. I'm just wondering, like, the amount of water, what kind of grass we have out there, and could we possibly, like this field conditioner's $11,000 almost. Like, can we look at possibly, replacing it with a drought tolerant grass that would do a little better in this climate?
I know this year that the ground conditioner actually helps a lot with the with using less water. It's made a huge improvement, and they've used they've scaled back on the water on the fields a lot this year also. And they've been actively working to use a lot less water on the fields.
Okay, cool. That's good to know.
We're having that group from Cedar City come at the end of January to talk to all areas that have huge amounts of grass to see if we can improve the soil to the point that, because that helps a lot.
Yeah, and it's not a mono grass, it's like a blend. And so I think every year they can tweak the reseeding and kind of do things, and different parts of the year, different grasses are in better shapes.
Is that the same with the cemetery, Evan? Do you know the cemeteries?
I think there might be a little friendly competition about who can grow the better grass, and it's like the secret recipe of the seeds. Actually, I think they're willing to share their house blend, but yes.
Yeah, I think if we could lead the charge as, if we're going to having grass that doesn't take a ton of, I think, that'd be great if the county can kind of be leaders in that field.
Yeah.
I think
just my opinion. Can you guys tell I've been listening to more podcasts? I've been on a podcast kick.
My question was, is that an annual charge for the fields, the $11,000?
So if I can somewhat speak to that. So I did ask Angie, and it is a sports turf mix. And I think kind of important thing to note on this is that it's not an annual requirement, but it is something that will somewhat help with safety as well as the water retention when it is watered. And the other thing that maybe Chris could speak to is this is a purchase through the rec board, and it's funds already allocated. So I'm not sure how the process works, but I think with that they could, maybe they would want to do it again next year. But it's kind of somewhat their call. I'm
not the money factor is it's just more like the overall, grass and water that it takes to grow grass.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Kevin, motion by Kevin and seconded by Jacques to approve the consent agenda. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion? Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. We are to discussion items calendar.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll keep this quick. We don't have a lot of special events. It's the off season, if you will. So we're just getting applications for the usual suspects. And right now, those are going through economic development / the travel council. And I'm thinking that they will stay there. But it's a good time with training up the staff. And I know August is leading that charge, and that anybody in the department should be able to process applications or permit requests as they come in. And a quick plug for the budget is software. It's actually a permit processing platform that I hope we can use for special event permits. And I won't toot my own horn for many things, but I like to believe I could build any kind of system on the back end. But this is one I found that I could not build, and it would definitely be a game changer. So I think while the special events have been complicated lately, this will be one step to cleaning that up, and will really improve things for staff as well as users. So nothing else to report there. I will say for the holidays, we have kind of the obvious ones: Christmas Eve, Christmas, New Year's Day, and the other plug that I would give is that there's the land use code training by Craig Call, who the contract was re-upped tonight for his services, but he's phenomenal, and he will be here on Wednesday, January 19th, 1:30 to 5 p.m. for training. We're still waiting on the location, but I believe I sent you all an invite, so I hope you will be able to make it. And that's all I have, unless there's any questions.
Mallory, one little thing. I think due to the holidays, the SEUALG, SULAG, as we call it, that actually got moved up to this Thursday, the 9th. So I don't know for the benefit of the public, if it would be worth updating the calendar. I know it's coming right up. And it was going to be in Moab, and I was going to see if another commissioner might want to attend because of that, but it actually got moved back to Price. I'm not actually sure why, but that meeting is on at 1 p.m. on the 9th.
We will update that just for transparency, 1 p.m. the 9th in Price.
Great. And then I know it's not necessarily specific to this agenda item, but are there any updates with regards to the hybrid meeting status? And do we have any new news on that?
So we are continuing to get some of the necessary equipment in. I think it was maybe 10 days ago that we were figuring out that I had to reach out to an electrician, because where the large TV will be, there isn't, and this isn't my language, it isn't set up without a major building code violation of running an extension cord through the ceiling. So they're going to have to come in and set that up so that there's plug-in, if you will. But that is all in the works, and I'm not sure where all of the items are, the equipment, but I know at least most of it is there. So I can get with Matt and Ruben and try to get you all an update, at least via email.
Okay, thanks. I know you're working on it, and I'll stop asking. I'll count on you to give us updates when there really are then.
Well, it's nice to know what's causing it's nice to know that, because, you think from the outside, well, this shouldn't be that big a deal. But then all of a sudden you learn, yeah, we have to rewire. So it's nice to know. So I appreciate the updates on it. So thank you. Any further questions? Yes, Sarah.
I had a question. I know that we kind of initiated a conversation about some of our ongoing special events that have ATV components. And I think we left that conversation unresolved. And I was just wondering, maybe now is not the time to discuss it, but about like Fallen Peace Officer event and Team Rubicon. Do you have any updates on that?
I don't know, but I think where I thought we left off was me doing an ordinance amendment that's actually proposing more of a fast track for certain events, but not setting anything up so that it has to, or it would jump the process. So some of our repeat events or certain would have to put together the different qualifications and criteria. And it's something I would present to all of you, but taking kind of a smaller step than with any event, saying you just skip the process and here you go. But that would also include some other things we've discussed. Right now, events are required to get at least a temporary business license. So we would roll that in. They wouldn't have that activity. There's just a few things in the works, and maybe Chris has more to add, but definitely cleaning it up, taking online payments. Chris, do you have anything to add?
Yeah. Well, right now, the joint resolution with the city is still in effect, which means that there's a moratorium on any type of ATV-related event. And so, if you want that to be different, then we'd have to amend that resolution and then, work in whatever you would like with regard to ATV events into the special event ordinance. So I think that resolution with the moratorium is really prevailing over all else right now. And so I guess I would just say that at this point in time, the status is that we can't approve any ATV-related events. And so that's something you might want to consider in the future, whether or not you want that to stand or you want to, draft some kind of alternative.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. I do think we need to look at that because I think both of those events are important. Team Rubicon will bring so much service. What they would do in this county would be amazing.
Just to clarify, I was, part of our conversation was like, how do we make the moratorium stand in perpetuity? So that's where I was going for. I would like to see no ATV events, but I would also like to have polite and respectful conversation with those groups regarding the need to switch to more like Jeeps or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few other issues, and I don't know if you want to grant exceptions, but I mean, even non-motorized events sometimes use ATVs to run aid, things like that. So there's some other details to consider also besides just, what one might consider to be an actual ATV specific type event.
Yeah.
And so, I think that we should probably address it at some point here early next year. And, however a majority of the commission, decides, we'll move forward that way. But right now we can't approve any events with ATVs. So, we could memorialize it, more formally, and we probably should if that's what you want to do.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I also I think I brought it up because I would like if if that's the case, we have this ATV moratorium, it would be good to communicate with these ongoing events that this might impact. I don't know, to take a proactive approach there. We can talk about it some other times.
Okay. Anything else?
I had one thing to add about the calendar. I just wanted to note that the Historic Preservation Committee is going to change their meeting time for 2022 to the third Thursday of each month at 4 p.m. Actually, every other month starting in January.
Are you saying something, Mallory?
Sorry, I know Tara, she puts together an annual meeting calendar with all of the boards and committees, and we actually have to publish that, by the end of December. So you should see that on the next agenda, but she's pretty diligent in reaching out and following up with folks, but I'll make sure that that is on the list, and we get it taken care of.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay. The time, well, okay. We are moving to our public hearings. And our first public hearing is to receive public comment regarding application of the high density housing overlay zone to Desert Soul, formerly Sundance Village, and associate master plan, planning and zoning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to share my screen again. Okay. This application submitted June 11th, 2020 proposes an additional 2 units for the approved Desert Soul HGHO 10 development at 3058 and 3060 Spanish Valley Drive. The HGHO 10 district was applied to the property with Ordinance 592, approved July 2nd, 2019 for 40 lots. The new master plan in this application adds 2 units to bring the total number of lots to 42, which is within the 10 units per acre density range allowed in HGHO 10 districts. Modification of the master plan to include 2 additional lots to the development necessitates an approving ordinance. Of the 42 units in this development, 34 will be deed restricted per LUC 4.7 as local workforce housing. Following a public hearing on June 22nd, 2020, the Planning Commission voted 6-0 to send a favorable recommendation to the County Commission to approve the modified master plan of the Desert Soul 42 lot HGHO development. This 42 lot proposal is comprised of 10 detached single family homes, 12 townhomes with backyards, and 20 townhomes with attached garages on a combined lot area of 4.28 acres. The development includes an outer circular access road, detention basin, and pool. Road and sidewalk improvements, as well as a drainage report, will be required at preliminary and final plat application. The proposed subdivision is supported by the HGH overlay ordinance adopted by the County Commission in January 2019, which was created in order to accomplish a variety of purposes, including achieving the goals of the housing element of the county's general plan and implementing the policies and goals of the housing element of the county's general plan, as stated in section 4.7 of the land use code. And planning staff is neutral on our recommendation. So that's all I have for the staff report for this one. If there's any questions?
Any questions?
Yeah, do you, I mean, maybe this is an unfair question for you, Elisa, because you haven't been here very long, but it seems like between now and also being on the Planning Commission in the past, this has been through a few different iterations. And I think just curious about the summary of the changes, like this increase in lot number.
Mm-hmm.
I remember hearing about that a very long time ago. Is it just that it's taken a long time to work through our system, or has there been
Yeah, I don't recall why it was stalled out for so
I
long.
can weigh in on that.
Christina, yeah.
Yeah, this is because this is an HDHO. And so we advised the applicant that if he proceeded while the administrative appeals were pending, that Chris and I would have to recommend a denial at that time, since we didn't know what the fate of our HDHO program would be. Quite frankly, we still are in litigation with Peakview, but we expect that to resolve. And on top of that, you know, the old approval for Desert Soul, which was for the 40 lots, did not integrate the rules and regulations anywhere. And so one big advantage we get if you guys do want to approve this is that, you know, those rules and regulations are now integrated into all of these approval documents. So there's notice, actual and constructive, to future homeowners that both the ordinance controls and those rules and regulations.
Okay, so this is really only the second time this is coming to the commission?
Correct. So the first proposal at 40 lots, and then this is the second time at 42. Okay. Honestly, you were probably on the planning commission back when it, when the revised application for 42, which is why you remember it, but it actually hasn't gone to the commission yet because it got stuck.
Okay. Yep.
So, Christina, can you point to where in the document the rules and regulations are cited?
Yep, so it's integrated into the development agreement. We revised our entire development agreement form, so we required that here. There's a few specific references, and then on the master plan itself, there's a plat note that references the rules and regulations.
Okay.
Then we're actually, so we're holding a public hearing on the revision of the ordinance, the master plan, and the development agreement.
Well, it's an entire new proposal. So they actually didn't move forward with the old one within the time frame. So that proposal has lapsed at this point. So this would just be an entirely new approval. Since the old approval under the old ordinance lapsed, we don't need to void that or take it vacated or take any action. It's no longer valid legally anyway.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And I know when the first time I saw this, I think it was the very first detailed HDHO plan that got presented many years ago. It was kind of, you know, interesting architecturally, and there were gaps between the townhouses. I've forgotten some of the details, and I'm guessing Glenn Lynn will jump in a moment here and set me straight. But I'm just curious now, are these just lots, or are there going to be fully detached housing? How has that changed over the years?
I'd like to hear about that too, but one thing I would like to say is Glenn was involved in the Rancho Nuevo development, which I consider the ugliest residential development that we've ever had in Grand County, and he knows I feel that way. And he has pointed out that there are different owners of this entity, this applicant entity is a different compilation of people, and he promises a much more attractive development for this.
I'll let Glenn talk, but I could share my screen with the concept visual that.
Well, that'll be helpful. Yeah.
Okay. Is that still the current layout, Glenn? Is that what we're looking at?
That's correct.
Okay.
So
do you have any kind of updates for the commission on what has changed at all? If there was, I know just the 2 additional units, but has anything really changed substantially with the design or the layout of the homes?
No, the roads are in the same place. Originally, we had more detached than attached. So adding the 2 units allowed us or required us to do a few more attached. Just so everybody's aware, and so I can address Commissioner Walker's questions, we were actually the very first ones to be approved to receive the zone. We've actually purchased the property. We have a full set of construction documents for the architectural construction documents. We have a full set of horizontal construction, improvement construction documents that have been approved by Dave Dillman and your development review committee. We got kind of smashed in the middle of about 8 different planners and a lawsuit, which we understood was supposed to stay our approvals. And so we're really at the point, we just want to bring some local housing to the market. This is a great project, a great community. I think we've worked through all of our issues moving forward. Christina's added a lot of additional requirements onto our previous requirements. So we're ready to move forward.
Thank you. Any further questions, or should I open the public meeting? The time is 7:46. The date is December 7th, 2021, and I'm opening this public hearing to hear public comment on the high-density housing overlay zone to Desert Soul, formerly Sundance Village, and Associate Master Plan. Do we have any citizens to be heard? This public hearing will remain open until December 15th at 5 p.m. We'll move to public hearing to receive public comment regarding application for overnight accommodation overlay zone Campdown District for Sky Retreat at Westwater, Planning and Zoning.
Okay, this is a request for the OAO Campground District to be applied to a 40-acre parcel in the Westwater area for the purpose of developing an educational retreat centered on astronomy. The proposal includes plans for 16 cabins, 1 common building with communal kitchen, 2 bathhouses, and 2 observation areas for stargazing, as well as, in a future site plan, 2 employee residences. Per the Sky Retreat Master Plan and associated development agreement, the OAO Campground District on parcel number 0400250105, if approved, would be restricted to 16 campsites. The property is zoned range and grazing, and while historically supported grazing activity is no longer in agricultural use, the parcel is undeveloped and surrounded by BLM land, which is predominantly used for recreation. A minor record survey was approved in March of 2021, which created the 40-acre subject parcel. The proposed project is located within the range resource and recreation area of the future land use map in the general plan. In addition to residential uses, this designation includes recreation, resort development, agriculture, and development extraction of natural resources. The type of land use that this development proposes fits within the definition of recreation resort development. The project includes a well, storage tanks, pumps, and all necessary equipment. The well has already been constructed and was designed to meet the requirements of a public water source. Appropriate wastewater treatment equipment will be constructed and installed. A septic field area has been selected. The well and the wastewater treatment will be evaluated at site plan approval, which will necessitate the appropriate district and agency approvals. The Sky Retreat development meets 2 out of the 3 provisions of Article 4.6.1 OAO purpose, as it is located in an area where camping and recreation are the historic and primary activities, and the development would be compatible with adjacent land uses, being recreation and camping. But the site is not accessed directly by an arterial or collector street. It should be noted, though, that the scale of the campground being very small with limited capacity may not warrant the need for direct access by a main arterial or collector street in the same way that a large RV park or a hotel would. The Sky Retreat offsets its impact on infrastructure by being an off-grid, energy efficient and resource efficient project. The future concept plan includes 2 employee housing units to offset the demand it might create on housing. While the proposed development does offer a unique concept relative to typical campgrounds, it does not propose mixed uses on site or elsewhere in the community. The subject property is located within the Cisco Westwater region as identified by the non-motorized trails master plan. As such, any trails identified in this plan that run through the property will be dedicated to the public in an easement. The Sky Retreat master plan illustrates the relatively small development footprint, which allows for the majority of the land within the 40-acre parcel to be preserved as open space. The site is in closer proximity to Fruita, Colorado than it is to Moab. And as such, patrons visiting Sky Retreat will likely travel to and from Fruita or Grand Junction for services, which minimizes the impact on traffic in Moab. Finally, as far as considerations for approval, denial, and/or postponement, Grand County's present day conditions produce a development ratio of 1.7 overnight accommodation units to 1 primary residential unit, 3 points above the early 2019 ratio of 1.4, which is considered the baseline for considering approval of new OAO districts. There currently does not exist data demonstrating carrying capacity analysis, nor are there additional studies specific to Grand County in relation to considering OAO district approval. The Sky Retreat promotes responsible small-scale tourism with an educational component. And while it may not necessarily enhance economic diversification within Grand County, it does provide beneficial diversity and recreational opportunities. The greatest impact the project will likely have is on the demand for emergency services, additional demand for water, and increased use of public lands. All I have for the staff report. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Questions?
So you're saying the well is already in place?
That's correct.
Do you have any idea of the gallons per minute?
We do have the applicant and the applicant representative here. Andy, do you want to, do you have any idea about the well and the
productivity?
The well driller gave us an estimate of nearly 20 gallons per minute.
Okay. And you think that'll be adequate to supply water to all of these, to your campers?
With the size that we're anticipating, keeping in mind that what's represented here in this master plan is an absolute maximum that we could imagine. Our intent is actually to be smaller, but even if we went this big, that volume of water with a large enough, with a reasonably sized holding tank is more than adequate.
Okay.
And Trish,
yeah,
this is the rezone application, and so staff is obligated to go deep and review all that, and we work with health department. But
okay, great.
We have done that at this stage because that'll occur at the site plan stage later.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions?
I have a question, and it kind of, maybe it's just for the planning and zoning department. I know that earlier this year, we recognized the need to really hone in on our definitions in campground and glamping. And I was wondering if the Planning Commission is working on those definitions and how this application would fit into that, or?
Yeah, we have been in discussion with the Planning Commission on some ideas for proposing actually a new category in the OAO, which would be more reflective of this kind of a project. We came up with the idea of something like a special purpose retreat that would have like either an educational component or like a wellness retreat or an artist retreat, because we do actually see a lot of those proposals and hear a lot about those kinds of projects coming forward. And so we are in the phase of kind of brainstorming and getting some language to propose for that. And so but the applicant was aware of this process and that it might take a while. And so they they decided to go under the OAO campground district for now. And so, does that answer your question, Sarah?
Any other questions? Okay. We will open this, the time is 7:55, and we will open this public hearing to receive public comment regarding applications for overnight accommodations overlay zone campground districts for Sky Retreat at Westwater. Do we have any public comments? This public hearing will remain open until December 15th at 5 o'clock. We will move to our next public hearing to receive public comment on proposed resolution amending the 2021 county budget. Chris Baird.
Okay, thank you, Mary. I'm going to start off with just a real quick overview of the revenues that I'm projecting for 2021, and they're nearly identical to 2022's revenues because I'm not budgeting for any growth in our sales use or excise taxes. So these revenues, these are graphs for 2022, but 2021 is going to be very similar, identical in fact for the sales and use taxes. This chart is a bar graph of the different main categories of revenue that we have. You can see that TRT is the singular highest point of revenue. Second to that is our property taxes. The healthcare tax is a pass-through, so we don't get any of that money, but it, you know, it's useful for trend analysis, and it goes to the EMS Special Service District and the Canyonlands Healthcare Special Service District. And we've got B Road money, which is the money we get from the state for maintaining roads. The two unrestricted sales taxes are this column that are in our general fund. TRCC are the restaurant and car taxes, and they're restricted uses mostly for tourism, recreation, cultural, conventions, and airport use. Then we've got our federal tilt, which is unrestricted general fund money, and this is for payment in lieu of taxes for federal property in Grand County. We also enacted a few years ago an optional transportation tax that has similar restrictions to the V-Road money. And then a few other categories, some are miscellaneous, which got a lot of different things in it. Then we've got charges for services, licenses, and permits, and then justice court fees. This is the same thing, but in pie graph form, just showing how the pie of our revenue is cut up. Again, TRT being the biggest piece of that. This next chart shows the last 3 years of revenue, and the gray bar is 2021. The fourth quarter of 2021 is projected, but we do have actual data for the first 3 quarters. So I'm fairly confident that this is going to end up, you know, pretty close to this. The blue is 2019, orange is 2020. You can see that the effects of COVID on our revenue. We did rebound better than we were expecting in the beginning of 2020, but as you can see, took a pretty big hit on TRT and lesser hits on some of these other taxes, but jumped way up in 2021 with our revenue, and probably the highest increase that I've seen in our in the accounting that I have access to. And then these are the individual taxes monthly. Part of the reason you can see that there's a fair bit of volatility with these lines crossing and kind of going all over the place, not tracking well with one another.
And so, Chris, the reason that they track well in December, some of the later months, is that those are projections as well as actual numbers mixed together?
Well, partly. So there's, you can see the line across, like for instance, the blue and the orange line. The blue line is 2019, which is a pre-COVID year. Then we had
But for the
COVID.
2021 line, which months are projections and which are actuals?
October, November, December are projections.
Okay.
And so I'm making some assumptions that the second half of 2020 can be depended on for the purposes of projection. And it's held reasonably true, at least since July. So you can see, you know, in July of 2020, we kind of hit par on TRT with 2019, and then we actually started to rise above it. And so it's still been somewhat volatile, and you can kind of see that a little bit in some of these lines where, like for instance, in August, TRT was way up, and then September, you know, the gap between these two lines is much narrower. So this is, you know, like a 65% increase above 2019 and 2020, and then it dropped down to about an 8-9%. And so, you know, it's still pretty variable, and that's part of the reason why I'm being very conservative with growth in our sales tax, and basically not counting on any growth next year in our sales taxes.
Could you scroll up to show the higher graphs again?
Which one do you want to see?
Oh, all of them, but so starting with these two.
Yeah. So
no, I mean no, not just the graphs with the
monthly
okay.
one.
Got it.
So these are different components of our transportation tax. And again, you can see the COVID closure effect, you know, in this regions of all of these graphs. Then we've got our two general fund sales taxes that are unrestricted. Then here is the healthcare tax. Restaurant tax is pretty variable and kind of all over the place. Don't know exactly why. The TRT started off extremely aggressively in the beginning of the year and then dropped back down to still strong growth, but not nearly as strong as the first half of the year. Same with car rental. And so going over to these actual projections, I'm projecting that we're going to be about 149% at the end of 2021 relative to 2019. And so, you know, if you split that between those 2 years, it's almost 25% growth per year. And I've got, you know, these other statistics going back 20 years. And I just want to, I kind of highlighted, I know this is a wall of numbers, but I highlighted some of these numbers just to show some cyclical ebb and flow of our economy. We've got these high points like in 2007, I think this is. 2007, we almost had 18% growth over the prior year. And then a couple years later, dipped down again, and then rose back up in 2013. Now this is across all taxes, and then dipped back down again a bit a couple years later. And we were kind of trending down. Some of these big increases are the result of actually new sales taxes coming online, so you kind of have to ignore those years with regard to trending because they're not apples to apples comparisons like this 135 and this some of these others. But we were kind of trending down a little bit before COVID, and so part of the reason for not budgeting growth, you know, is just due to the volatility of the economy right now, but also, you know, looking at past ebb and flow of our economy as it comes up and goes back down, comes up, goes back down. I'm expecting with growth like this that we're seeing, that it's bound to come back down. I don't conceive that it's going to stay up at this rate.
On the previous table, those bottom row of numbers, that was just all these sales taxes combined, or was it just TRT?
No, these are all the sales taxes combined. Actually, all the revenue, the total revenue, even including, I think, property tax. Let me just look and see.
Okay.
what I had. No, these are just sales and use tax figures, not property tax. So like I said, the numbers are a little skewed because some of the taxes have come online, you know, like we have the, right, in this year we saw the optional transportation tax come online, healthcare sales tax come online, and then in the past, the transient room tax also came online. And this year, the 2013 year, is when we added the 1.25% to it. So those are obviously skewing the figures in terms of the increase in revenue, because adding a new tax isn't the same as growth, obviously. But I just wanted to point out that there is an ebb and a flow, and so I don't necessarily, when I feel like I'm at a peak, you know, I don't necessarily want to budget that peak's just going to continue on, you know. So just wanted to make sure that everyone's clear that we're budgeting for 0% growth on the safe side. And then let me move back then to the actual documents relating to the 2021 budget amendment. For the most part, the budget amendment is bringing on the revenue from those increased projections. See if I can find the right screen to share. This is just from the packet. So for the general fund, you know, we're revising it to bring in the increased revenue projections from sales, use, and excise taxes. We also brought in a $947,000 ARPA grant, and then some about $467,000, I think, for the airport and CARES Act money. The grant that we just approved this evening is another one of those, another $1 million. So this one, we'll use about half of it this year and then half the next year, and then we're going to get another $1 million plus grant that will cover us for 2 years after that, which is nice. And then there's always the case that I go through and revise the budget for actual projections for operating expenses. We did end up with quite a surplus, partly due to those increased revenue projections, the CARES Act and ARPA money, and then also just having quite a lot of retention and recruitment problems due to salaries not being competitive. And so we ended up with quite a surplus. We had originally projected to send only about $300,000 to the capital projects fund and $400,000 to the stormwater fund. But with the surplus that I'm projecting, I'm proposing to send $3.8 million and change to the capital projects fund and add $1 million contribution to the stormwater. Some of these other funds, again, most of them are just elevating or increasing the fund to reflect increases in revenue, sales and use taxes. One big change in the Travel Council / Economic Development Fund, which is Fund 23, is that we were successful in getting transient room tax legislation passed. That allowed us also to send 10% more of the TRT to the general fund. So part of the increase in the general fund is not just related to growth, but also an additional 10% in the general fund that can be used to mitigate law enforcement costs, search and rescue. The legislation also allowed us to create about $1 million budget for economic diversification. So that's reflected in this budget amendment. Same sort of deal with this, the other TRT fund, which is more the impact mitigation fund. Again, the capital projects fund's going up because we're sending more money to it. We did have the big $12 million number in there, anticipating the possibility of selling surplus real estate, which didn't happen. So I took that $12 million out of the 2021 budget and put it in the 2022 budget. Same kind of scenario. Then reflecting also the healthcare sales tax. One thing that that you may realize in the audit that we got is that we went over budget on the healthcare sales tax fund, but it was really for the best reason possible, which is that we brought in more sales tax than I was expecting we would. And since it's a pass-through fund, that means that there were more expenses also. So one of the things I did this year to avoid that scenario of ending up with more revenue and reciprocally more expenses and then blowing the budget is just to add another 10% on top of what I'm projecting for the healthcare sales tax, just to make sure that we don't go over budget. And then likewise, I was able to send more TRCC money, TRT money, and optional transportation tax money to the Parks, Recs, and Trails Fund, and hoping to bank some of that money for trail grant matches. And so that's a quick overview. We've had a lot of budget meetings this year leading up to this, but I can, we've got two different kind of layers, or actually three different layers to this 2021 amendment. This first one is a fund level amendment. This is just showing how each fund is changing from the beginning budget that was approved last December. And then there's the next level of detail below that, which is the department level, a little bit more granularity to the amendments, and this is department level. And then in the 2022 budget public hearing portion of the packet, there's the actual account level, and that shows the 2022 budget as well as the 2021 proposed amended budget at the account level. So with that, I'll just open it up to any questions. I can certainly drill down further if anybody wants me to.
The amendments only are on the revenues, right?
Revenues and expenses, yeah, both. In government accounting, they have to sum to zero. And so, for instance, if we increase revenues, like for instance in the general fund by almost 5 million, then if we don't, for instance, budget to spend all that in operating expenses, then we have money that we can either put into the general fund surplus, which I didn't do for 2021 this time. The surplus is being budgeted to go into the capital projects and stormwater fund. And, it's not going to be spent, but it still shows up as expense in those funds. And if it doesn't get spent, then it just goes into the fund balance. And when we get to the 2022 portion, you'll see that I'm proposing to pull it out of fund balance in 2022 and make it available for use. But for the most part, a lot of the expenses actually, the operating expenses actually went down, not up.
What was with the stormwater? Why was there the big jump there?
Well, we didn't really spend much money. The big jump is just me sending more money to it. So it's kind of hard to explain, but
yeah, that was.
So if I'm going to send money to the bank, so to speak, like we want to put money in the bank and not spend it, it still has to show up on an expense line.
Right.
And
Okay.
the expense line is a contribution to the fund balance.
Yeah.
And that's how we zero the money out. But we haven't really, we've had some expenses in stormwater this year, but
yeah, I think that was kind of what I was trying to ask with my original question of, but yeah, it looks good.
Are there any further questions? I'll open up this public hearing. The time is 8:14. Do we have any public comments on the amended county budget? This public hearing will remain open until December 15th at 5 o'clock. We are now to the public hearing to hear public comment on the proposed resolution approving the 2022 county budget.
Okay, so I'll try to hit the highlights on this one too. Again, the revenues that I showed you that we're projecting for 2021 are essentially the same as what we're going to use for sales, use, and excise taxes for 2022. You know, we will see a smidgen more revenue, I think, in some of the other categories. Some new growth in property taxes, and then some rebounding effects, I think, in some of the other categories. Some of those charges for services and whatnot were down a bit from COVID, I think. But all in all, the revenues are going to be very similar to what we're projecting for 2021. So one of the big differences in the 2022 budget is that we did a county-wide salary survey, and the resulting proposed salary adjustments would increase the 2022 budget across all by about 1.8 million. That's an approximation. And then additionally, in our last budget workshop, you asked me to plug in a 5.9% cost of living adjustment, which is the same as the Social Security and supplemental income increase for 2022, that federal increase. And then that cost of the COLA across all funds would be about $657,000. Again, we've got the second tranche of our ARPA grant is coming in next year, so that'll be another $947,000, plus some more of using the other half of the airport grant. With all that, with the big budget amendment, with the big amendment to salaries and the cost of living, we're still budgeting to put $585,914 into the bank at the end of the year. So better than balanced. So that's looking good. Of course, we've got some of this grant money is one-time money, and so we wouldn't want to go into the red when we're bringing in grant money. So this is pretty comfortable at this point, and it's a balanced budget. There's quite a few details that we've already gone over in the myriad of budget workshops we've had. But like before, I can drill down to any more details that anybody may want to look into.
You didn't happen to create a pie chart by department, did you? Or for the departments of the general fund?
No pie chart for departments. Let me see. Let's see. This first part, you can kind of see by department. So one thing to keep in mind is that these are financial departments, which sometimes coincide with actual organizational departments. But for instance, you can see the actual costs, relative costs in this summarized by department's budget. So the 2022 total next year budget these figures, on the far right are going to be the totals for each department. So that can, give you an indication of how much by department each is costing. And you can also track it across from 2020 to 2021 to 2022.
Are there any questions? I'll open this up, this public hearing to hear public comment, to receive public comment on proposed resolution approving the 2022 county budget. Are there any citizens to be heard? This public hearing will remain open until December 15th at 5 o'clock. We're in, the next item is public hearing to receive public comment, proposed ordinance approving salary adjustments and a 5.9 cost of living adjustment for county elected officials, effective January 1st, 2022.
Okay. Thank you, Mary. And just before we move on to that one, just wanted to give the caveat that for the next couple of weeks, I'll probably be doing some air checking on this whole budget. Just crawl over it both statistically and just sending things out to the department heads. So I just want to give you a heads up that these figures may change a little bit if I find any errors or whatnot. And then also, with regard to all the newly proposed positions and reclassified job descriptions, we'll have all of that also prepared for the meeting on the 21st. So on the meeting on the 21st, you'll be up to approve both the 2021 amended budget and the 2022 budget. And then also all the job descriptions that go with that, all the position requests, plus the new step and grade chart that's relative to the cost of living adjustment. So with that, I'll move on then to this third public hearing for the elected official cost of living adjustment. All elected officials, if there's any increase to their salaries for whatever reason, cost of living or otherwise, requires a public hearing. So to cover in a nutshell how we came to some of these in prior budget meetings, the county commissioners are scheduled to, at this point, to only receive the cost of living adjustment, which is 5.9%, and no salary adjustment besides that. The surveyor, the recorder, the treasurer, the assessor, and the clerk auditor all are going to also receive the 5.9% cost of living adjustment. And then their salary adjustment is based on the Utah Association of Counties data. And so we averaged all counties except 6 class counties, which are the smallest counties in Utah. And the average is how we arrived at the salary adjustment. The sheriff's salary adjustment is being proposed at a 15% increase with the cost of living adjustment in addition. And the Grand County attorney's salary adjustment is based on market averages from Washington County and Summit County, and then a 5.9% COLA on top of that. The Justice Court judge's salary is based on a caseload recommendation from the Administrative Office of the Courts, and then again with the 5.9% COLA on top of that. And then this spreadsheet shows the actual dollar figures associated. So we've got the positions, the current annual salary, the proposed salary adjustment from the market data that we used, and then the percent increase, and this is before the cost of living adjustment. Then the dollar figure increase with the 5.9% cost of living adjustment and the salary, and then the difference in dollars between the annual salaries for each position with the salary adjustments and the cost of living adjustment. So with that, I'll open up to any questions that you all might have.
Anybody have any questions? Then I will open this public hearing. It is 8:23 to hear public input on proposed ordinance approving salary adjustments and a 5.9% cost of living adjustment for county elected officials effective January 1st, 2021. 22, I mean. Do we have any public comment? This public hearing will remain open until December 15th at 5 o'clock. There are no closed sessions. We have reached the end of our agenda. I will adjourn this meeting if I have no objections.
No objections.
Hearing no objections, meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hard.